Hello and welcome to Dice Breakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are Greg, Birdie, Mark, Simon, and Joe, my wonderful players. How is everyone doing today? I feel like I know the answer to some of those.
I'm good. I remembered that I have super greasy cookies,
Yes.
so I'm happy.
Super greasy cookies. Is that like Is that a band from Scott Pilgrim?
No, they came. I got them as
It
part
sounds like
of
it
a
should be.
takeaway last night, but I was too full to eat them, so I
Okay.
put them in the fridge.
I want a band
I
called
thought
Super
you
Greasy
were
Cookies.
Those pictures look nice. I was thinking I don't quite follow the concept of being too full to eat something.
Yeah.
Sorry, you lost me there.
Yeah, can't relate.
So, before I get into my
I have
last episode on,
responsibilities.
it has been brought to my attention that you guys have not leveled up in quite a while. You're not leveling up right now, but I have a little note down here that reminds me for the end of this session for you to level up. But I'm also telling you now so that everyone can be like, oh hey, by the way, shouldn't we be leveling up? Because I will forget. You know I will. Simon died.
He's fainted.
He
said
could not
level up.
handle the level up.
Right? Get good. Anyway,
I'm happy to level up while we wait for him to come back. If that's
no, because it takes so long, and we're already over time. I'm going to go straight into in the last episode. Ray and Flora finally made it back to the world of Gel, having been in Feyval for a while. They found destruction and fire in the distant town of Veluna, and started to make their way there to find their friends. At the edge of Corsia, they found the king was also preparing to travel and hitched a ride in the royal carriage over to Veluna. It seemed the king was traveling to offer help to the city in dire times and discuss the future plans of the city regarding the dragons. The strangelings explained everything, satisfying the king with information before moving on for more tasks of their own. They brought back Elsie's mother, a feat undertaken by Barty whilst hand in hand with the older members of the Longwinds, and a task appreciated by all. Felix woke up in the body of a gnoll and immediately started conversations about creating a new non-squishy body for him. They also had an unexpected conversation with the ancient void dragon, who explained that the fight between them was unnecessary, and they had a larger enemy in common who he would help defeat when the time has come. And so, having discussed the plans coming up, the strangelings were ready to start on the next leg of their journey into the unknown.
I
Can I
didn't
just
know
ask for a quick clarification on something? I think we said at the end of the last episode that we were shipping Nolly McNollface off to Hydra.
You said you were going to.
Did we in fact do that?
You never vocally said you said you would do it. You never did it.
We were going to
But-
drop him off on the way to...
Well, yeah, you were going to go over to Hydra anyway, I believe, to drop off the body / discuss various things with people. But I don't know. There was never a decision made because obviously to drop off the body, is difficult in its own matter. So I haven't really highlighted that in its own way. You can discuss as such. We'll start this in the guild hall as always. Probably another morning, whilst Barty creates even more food. More food than is usually. Well, as a question, what does Barty do with any leftover food?
Eat it.
In the current circumstances, it would be send it out to the various people,
Yeah.
refugees, etc. Usually, it would be eat until he's full.
Yeah. So you all have your wonderful breakfasty morning food, having decided to make some journeys. Now, I don't know if there's anything you guys wanted to do before you left, but I'll leave this to your decisions.
I think we should have a long, detailed discussion about all the things we need to do before we go and talk to dragons.
For about 4 hours.
Yeah, no. Let's
I think we
just
should
go
have a
to
long,
Dragon.
detailed discussion of what happened about halfway through the last session.
Oh yes, that's true.
I don't remember.
Just my
What
opinion.
happened after the halfway mark? When did you leave? What do you remember?
Oh, of course.
I don't actually remember.
That's not very
we-
helpful, is it?
I can read you my
Okay.
notes.
At the end
of
of the
thing
first
about your
half,
ass being owned by the king
At
if
the-
he pays for your body.
Oh yeah, that was it.
Okay.
at the end of the first half, was when the wyverns came down and offered you a ride. Yes,
They did.
Yes.
Yes, they did.
that
mean,
wasn't really a question.
With the,
Okay, my notes were all from the second half then. I have written...
Oh,
I've written Stahl is the Void Dragon boss.
Yeah.
Fred discovered the Void.
Yeah.
Alliance with Void Dragons. Dream of Blue Veil doesn't disturb them. Zegeth is the new Nightwalker. Possibly can't have children.
What?
Yes.
What?
Chaos
Oh,
Group is
yeah.
on the other
Yep.
side of
What?
Gel beyond the dark mist.
So,
What?
the Nightwalker, it turns out, is kind of not just a creature, but more of like
It's a title.
job position.
Yeah.
It's just.
And
Is this the Lich King, but
a little
by
bit.
walking a bit?
And so Zegith is now the new Nightwalker, even though he didn't apply for the job. And he's going to.
Why
make
can't my
the
jobs
the
work
next
like that?
Nightwalker, without knowing as well.
It's called
You know that
nepotism.
If only that was London.
It's like the Santa
I'd do
Claus
that.
only with eternal life and swords.
Yeah. Well, who says
To
Santa
people
doesn't have
who
a sword?
kills Santa. So you kill Santa, you become Santa. Is
You
that how
don't
that
know.
works?
You don't know, but the North Pole is brutal the rest of the year. Just for that one day. Oh man.
That's why his suit is red.
Exactly.
Covered in
North
blood.
Pole Battle Royale.
Coming to Netflix soon.
I mean, if you think about it, he has a hat,
The undefeated champion.
bushy beard, so you can't really see the face. There's probably a different one each year in actual fact.
No, it's the same one. He's the undefeated champion. It's usually between the Tooth Fairy.
No, it's
Santa
a whole
Claus,
Bubba
Jeff
situation. It's a whole Bubba situation.
Is
It's just
is
like
Miss
a
Claus
giveaway.
his sponsor?
All I'm thinking right now is we're designing a D&D campaign that needs to happen.
Why has nobody done? Why has nobody done like a Ms. Claus like Secret Santa sex toys business? I'm just putting it out there
the jump.
Wait, how did we get here?
What are we talking about?
because I thought sponsor, and then like
Simon, don't
How
forget
much,
your
like-
medication.
my medication is several hundred meters away in
It's
a
fine.
locked
It's
building.
entirely explainable by the idea that Felix is not currently in his own brain. So you know.
That's exactly what it is, yeah.
Anyway,
Yes.
so
This is what the Knoll was
what are the
thinking.
strangelings? What are the strangelings going to do?
Well, Tav would be all for getting going as soon as possible. He wants to get
You're all having a meeting. at
What
the
we
table.
do every night, Alex. Try to rule
There you
the
go.
world.
We've had a long rest, haven't we?
Yes, you would have.
The only thing Ray wants to do before going is have a private goodbye with Flora.
Okay, so Flora and you could obviously head to your new treehouse, which I believe you said was designed very similarly to the old treehouse.
Yeah, it's smaller
So it's
though.
very comfortable. And I imagine Flora would be possibly, visibly a little sad that you have to go and worried, but overall still understanding. It's one of those like, I'm sad, but like I get it. You know, you need to save the world, and she's not currently in the position necessarily to go with you.
Mhm.
She would offer though. She'd be like, you know, if you want me to try, I can come along and help. I don't know how my magic works in this world, but I assume it does.
I'd rather you be safer here. This hopefully won't take much longer, and after that we can go and see the world and do what we planned.
In the meantime, I can clean up the treehouse.
All right. There's a little bit of a mess in the garden. I did my best, but there were a lot of people here.
I'll
Apparently,
find something to do.
I'm sure there's lots of people that
Yes.
could use help as well.
Just for when that's over, sorry.
Okay, trying to interrupt heartfelt moments.
That's why I put my hand up.
No, I understand. Just try not to die. You know, I appreciate the coming from me in the whole, but you know.
Yeah, I'm not going to die. Promise.
Yes.
These people, no, Conley wasn't great, but the people here are they're very nice. They're worth getting to know.
Okay. I'll do my best. It's gonna be strange. Everything
Yeah.
is different.
Very different, yeah. Had a few months to get used to it, but it's still a little weird.
I think I have to sit and think for a while on Juniper as well.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with her.
Part of me wants to be mad, and I am. But also, we're the only 3 from Favel in this world.
And
Can't
she was
imagine how
being,
lonely that would feel.
yeah, she's had a rough time of it.
I need to think. It's
All right.
been a while, but still, it's sore wounds.
I'll back you up on whatever decision you make.
Well, have fun finding dragons and killing dragons and Something about a kraken?
Hopefully we don't have to kill the dragons. Any of them. The kraken, yeah, I don't. That one's scary. But we have friends to help.
Yeah. Yeah. Be careful. I feel like that's a very arbitrary statement, but
No. Just happy I can hear you say it.
I'm happy I can say it.
Give her a hug.
Now kiss.
I mean, they probably would.
Yeah.
Joe. Sorry, Barty.
I need diamonds. I need the shiny to prevent, the more permanent sort of death.
Sure. None have been sent over. You spoke to the king about it, but none have been sent over as of yet.
Cheapskate. Where might we find diamonds with the city in its current state? If we even can. That is a possibility that there are just no more diamonds around.
Are you asking as a DM, or are you asking the party?
Yes. To anyone who has an answer, because in terms of the diamond situation, I have one. No, I don't. I have my diamond dust for greater restoration, which can't be used for like revivify and stuff. And I have one 1,000 piece diamond, but that is that's the big gun.
Could you use mending on diamond dust to make it into a diamond?
That is a
This isn't Minecraft.
I mean, technically, there is no reason why you couldn't. But you'd need
But no.
all of the... I imagine it would create an imperfect diamond, so it would be worth less than the original, because you can't guarantee you've got all
Oh,
these
so
stuff.
then you'd raise like a
What?
zombie accidentally.
What? No, it'd just be worth less, not worthless. Just it'd be worth. It's like synthetic diamonds, but yeah.
But what bearing would that have on the spell?
There's no reason why it wouldn't work. You are mending something that has been broken down.
It would take me fucking ages because it's a minute per cast. So I'd
Exactly.
have to do it,
It would take a while.
over 7
On
days.
individual dust particles.
Well, I don't think it would be each dust particle, 2 dust particle, but it would be like little chunks that you'd have to sort of slowly gather together. I reckon it would take at least a full day's worth of work.
Yeah, it would take ages.
Jeez.
It was worth it.
If you get a handful of small diamonds, make them into a big diamond, and therefore you could take a whole.
But you see, you
big
can't
diamonds and make
mend.
an enormous.
You can't mend
As far as
two
I'm
different
aware, we
diamonds back
can't get
together.
diamonds.
Yeah, but if they're the same diamond seed.
You would know, Barty, because you would have probably checked as well. I know we've skipped a little bit of time between the sessions, so you would have probably checked some of the shops. Currently, there's nothing worth what you would want in there. There's small diamonds and small gems and stuff, obviously, but a lot of the shops are shut anyway. There's not a lot of stuff coming in. You'd probably be aware that your best chance is one of the other cities that you're planning on going to anyway.
Okay.
Or waiting a few days for the king, but that depends on waiting for a few days.
Someone
enough-
remind me that we need to get diamonds from somewhere, and don't die in the meantime because I can only. Bring back
Joe,
one
we need
of
to
you.
get diamonds from somewhere.
But when we get to somewhere,
Who's
somewhere
Joe?
that we can get diamonds, someone remind me.
Hey,
I'll
Alex,
try
do you
and-
think enough time has passed to be able to finish one of those projects for match?
Probably not. It hasn't actually been that much time.
It's been a night.
Yeah. It's been like most of a day and a night. I don't think there's been enough time yet. It won't make too much difference yet, though. Yeah, so the plan.
I don't know.
Your ship is still hanging in the sky.
I've got to say the word
hasn't
plan
for a
is
few
still
days.
triggering to me all the way from early LC.
Yes.
Elsie gets a little twitch every time.
I've got loads of plans. I can give you a load of
Please
plans if you
don't.
want.
Please don't. I'm not medicated right now. I really can't handle it.
Zegith just puts a hand on Elsie's shoulder, just like, it's okay. It's okay.
Where did we decide that?
We need a plan. I'm in charge and I need a
Equity
plan.
I thought we had a plan.
I don't know.
I thought the plan was Hin Marina, up to Hydra, round to Dina Faro, back to Veluna, stock up, then
Yes,
over
see?
to.
That's my plan. That's the plan I planned.
Mm-hmm.
This is the plan that she planned.
Let's enact that plan.
The longer we speak,
Just go with it being her idea. She's kind of a little unstable at the moment.
I'm getting on the ship.
I hated that.
What?
we need to go. The longer we speak, the more chance we have a dragon attacking the city again.
All right, hold your horses. We're going.
Then let's go.
Captain, let me up.
you go outside. The ship, I think during the attack, obviously would have whooped away a little bit because they have no attacking power, and that's
And they've gone, oh, dragons, bye.
Maybe they should.
Well, that's up to you guys. But it is, once again, you would have told them, I'm sure, over one of the nights that you'd need them soon, is parked above the city. Just ready and waiting, really. As usual, your teleporting spot being the in front of the tower, that sort of open square, a nice open area. Yeah. So who is actually going to be on the ship? Of course, Captain Bertain and Bertano are both on the ship already. They've just been, doing all their checks, making sure everything's okay. I'm assuming all of the core group is going, and Zegeth. But are you taking anyone else with you?
Who else would want to come with us?
You don't have to. Well, I don't think anyone would necessarily suggest that they wanted to come with you. It's just you have obviously available.
I think we should kidnap a small child. No.
Again?
Oh yeah, we actually have done that before.
It wasn't a kidnap. You paid the child.
Is Flora not coming?
According to her parent, or their parent,
Oh.
it was, wasn't it? Oh wait, no, the parent was involved. The parent was
Yeah.
was in charge of the slavery.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like
Elsie.
Yeah, I feel like the second day on Gel, you probably don't want to go be talking with big, powerful dragons. Not really knowing how
Yep.
your powers
We've got to
work.
space that shit out, otherwise she's going to expect that kind of thing happens every day. Because so far her experience has been not mundane, shall we say?
It's, well,
Has
Yeah.
any of us?
are we
Valid
going
point.
by majority of lifespan or
My
recent?
my
I mean,
existence was fairly
how we
mundane before I
define-
met all of you.
How are we defining lifespan?
Yeah.
The time you've been alive.
Oh, in
Yeah,
that case, I've not got very much experience at all.
Oh, no,
My
let's
time I've
say
been alive is a bit fucked up.
we should say we should say sentient for the non-living around us to make sure.
Thank you, I
everyone
appreciate
can
that.
be.
Listen, Flora will be fine. She just needs to learn about,
Because I'm still...
the area. Once she gets acquainted with the area, she'll be fine.
Yes, I think it best to put it also less emotionally. We don't want Flora to be, panicked by a situation or unready with her magic and things to go wrong and be a danger to all of us or herself.
Elsie would have checked to see if Valka would want to come with us again.
Oh, she's no, 100%
Yeah,
no.
that's what she thought, but she thought she'd check in.
She would have said it's kind, but said no. I have a lot to think about. I've got to arrange so many things, and there's a lot of paperwork as well because I don't technically own the house, but I wasn't on any kind of a will, so there's a lot of stuff.
That was a nice way of putting what she said. What she actually said was, ah!
No, she's fairly keeping it composed. I think you'd have expected her to be a bit more of a mess, but it seems Bella had a good effect on her. She's grown up a little.
Sorry, very quick. Was Zegeth coming?
Zegeth is coming, yes.
Is that something that we want, seeing as he's now, while not mortal necessarily, in more danger of not living the very long life that he can than the rest of us?
I
Wait,
can't
what?
live like I'm made of glass.
If
You
anything,
could-
isn't this kind
You
of his
could live
job?
like that forever.
I'm not staying back just because. I mean, for most people on this world, they aren't able to come back. We are a special few. I'm not going to pretend that I'm any different from people and hide away.
But I would like you to stay for a lot longer. So
I
I
plan
mean,
to.
if you don't need to come with us, you don't need to come with us.
On this trip, we're going to need diplomacy.
Yeah.
They have me.
2 is better than 1.
I think he just told you to fuck off, Elsie.
I don't know how to take that.
I definitely did not say that.
If
Passing.
they came across like that,
If you all, as a group, would like me to stay back, I will.
I think you
respect
should
the
come.
decision, but I think I will be more useful to you
I'm
than staying back.
concerned about losing you.
I appreciate that.
Aren't we all concerned about losing everyone here?
Yeah, but
There's
we
always
can all
that
come
danger.
back. Vegas can't.
It's also like telling him not to do his job, though.
I know, but the whole motto of this lot is we get better. Vegas can't.
He turns to you and sort of puts a hand on your shoulder and speaks softly. He's like, I appreciate the concern, but if I am not here, the chances of you all passing is increased.
Oh,
And
so you're saying
though-
we need you now?
I will allow the lash out because it is a stressful situation. But I think I will do more with you as a group than staying at home doing nothing.
If he remains behind and the dragon returns, we won't be here to help him.
No, but
That
at
is
least
a-
he'll be here to protect the rest of the place.
He'll be in more danger here than with us.
Okay. Well, if you're coming, Zegith, which it sounds like you want to, who are you designating? And you know, there's risk of you dying. Who are you designating the next Nightwalker? Like, if you die, what
I
happens
swear,
if
if you
what happens
designate
if you
it to
die
me-
without doing it?
I hadn't really thought of this.
Does someone have to sign something? Did you sign something? Are you going to hold auditions?
I was not aware it had even transferred to me. I will have to think on that question. It will need to be someone who does not mind their life changing.
But you would be great for it.
My life already changed. I'm not sure. If I lived forever, I could bring people back forever. I'd just have to like open a diamond mine. We could all live forever, kind of.
I mean, Felix, won't you be good at it?
I'm already dead.
Exactly. You keep coming back no matter what happens.
I'm not even sure if would that work. Would you be eligible, seeing as you are
I
a
don't
soul
wanna kill
inhabiting objects?
No, I'm not saying you have to kill Zegith. I do not want you to kill Zegith.
I'm gonna go let
and
the
I
captain
don't
know
know
that
how
he
many
can
times
start
I'm
the
gonna come
journey to the arena.
If we kill you and we kill Zegith, would you come back in Zegith's body?
I don't want
as the
Zegith to be.
Nightwalker?
But I want to
No,
come back
I'll
as
be right
Zegith.
back.
No!
Ray, you just go to the captain who's just ready. He's like, yes, we shall leave now.
Thank you.
I still think that we should. I still think we should kill you after we've killed a dragon, so that you can be a dragon. I think that would be really helpful.
I still think that would be a terrible idea.
I think that's a horrendous idea.
I think there's more scientific experimentation needed before we try to do something as big as that. And also, we need to make sure that Felix is okay with dying,
Yeah,
because I'm sure it will hurt.
it's not fun. And also, I don't actually know how many times I will come back. Like,
None
I
of us
just
know.
don't. So let's not
Well, you
experiment,
know,
eh?
you're not going to come back.
I meant none of us know how many times Felix is going to come back. I feel like this is a point that we should discuss in private. Not Felix, me.
Wait, you want to
Discuss with
discuss
yourself.
it with yourself?
No, with you, Elsie.
Isn't that just
You
called thinking?
evidently have a lot of things
Yeah, I
to
would have
say.
thought that.
Maybe you should talk to Style as well to kind of get a bit more of the details on how this works. Like, if you don't know how to designate someone and you die without doing it, does he appoint someone? Do we then end up with no Nightwalker?
From what he said before,
would that
it
be a
is
bad thing?
effectively randomized. I'm sure it'll be someone close to me. I don't know the answers to these questions. I'm not
But he just
convinced
takes like
Shroud
3
does.
steps back so that like Felix is closer to him.
Emotionally, not physically.
Oh, sorry, Elsie.
Wow.
I don't know the answers to these questions.
Okay. Well, until you do, where are we going?
I believe we're already true. The boat's already going.
Yeah, Ray left. I don't know where she told Bethane to take us.
Oh, we're going straight into the death mists.
What? Why?
Death mists?
We're going to the Hidden Marina, come on.
What death mists?
Yeah, what's
On
that?
the ocean? The one that Alex said was there?
The death mists.
Death mist?
Yeah, like
You mean
past
the ring of
past our,
storms?
no, like past our known ocean area. You said it's just like a wall of deadly black mists.
No, big storms.
Is this a dream that you had?
Lots of big storms, not deadly black
Yeah, I
mists.
remember the
never said deadly
storm.
black mists.
You said it was like necrotic energy things.
Are you
That
thinking
was
of the
around
Kraken?
no, he was on about the vampire, surely, on the mountain.
Vampire.
No.
I don't remember this being said. I'm sorry, Manu, this is not.
I asked
Attention
what-
needed, Greg.
I had asked what was past the oceans on the map. And you were like, whatever it was, you're like, you'll probably die.
It's big storms. It would be common knowledge that there's a certain bit past what the edges of the map that's just like
Clearly not that common.
horrible black storms. It's called the Black Sea, or the Black Sea.
There you go.
But it's not black mist.
Well, that does
Never.
put you, Ray, as an aspiring map maker in a particularly advantageous position because it was Melon who got us through the Wall of Storms. So presumably you guys can just go whoop, and you can just sell your own maps of what is the unknown lands, the
If not-
Forgotten Realms, you could say.
No one else can make it. Do you actually even have to go that far? You just make it up.
Yeah, but what's the fun in that?
That's true.
I'd say
Kind
they
of
put
like
quite a lot of
false
fun in that,
information.
actually.
False information
news.
is not good.
The mapping thing was more for Lady S, though. Just
Wait, but also who's going to buy maps of a place that they can't get to?
Well, people might want to try and get to it, or it might be something that we're able to get to more easily. Maybe Melon decides that he wants to live and be like a guardian of the gate and just let people in. We don't know.
I
We
feel like
don't.
we could ask him.
Yeah, if
He
only
can
he
hear
was
us.
able to
Let's not do
his
that.
silence is deafening.
ask.
In your head, like you focus down to hear what's going on. He's just playing the banjo. He's not paying
Yeah.
attention.
You focus in to see what Melon says, and strangely, he's been replaced by that toy monkey with symbols.
He's found a pair of symbols.
I want to speak to Bertano.
Oh, okay, fine. He's helming the ship at the moment.
Oh, damn it.
Oh dear.
What?
Purdy's
Oh,
gone.
Purdy's good.
Wow. That's
I was
rude,
looking at the
Alex.
thing. I'm looking at my notes. He's helming the ship currently. The same standard stoic stare forwards. You don't know what's going on in his brain.
Bertano
He's
is?
just. Oh, Bertano. I thought you said Bertane.
No.
There
Who would
can
give them
be
similar
only
names?
one tabaxi.
Yeah, I was wondering this. I was wondering this the other day. Why did you give them like the same name?
Because you think that I put forethought into any of this. I don't know, to be honest.
That's odd.
We've got Bertie and Bert.
Exactly. Anyway, Bertano is
Oh,
probably currently.
What?
I reckon, honestly, he's in the sort of little tiny break room type thing, where you eat your food, just sitting, feet up on the table, reading through a little instruction manual, maybe to do with the engines, or maybe he has his own sort of notes on the engines and how they work.
Hey,
Hello.
you asked me to give this back to you, and I thought I didn't need it anymore. So here you go. And it's that golden four-leaf clover that he gave me many sessions ago.
Yeah, he takes it. He puts his feet down and stands up to meet you, and he takes off and he says, "It is very kind. You feel like you still need it. It is still something you can take."
Went and found my girlfriend. I suppose you didn't really have time to stop by to meet her, but
I'm glad to hear so.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that it did its work.
it worked. Yeah. That's what you've been up to.
Well, I've been making notes on the engines and sort of my own general increasing my knowledge of how it is all working. There was not an instruction manual for the engines. I think this is a business tactic for the members of Hydra to make sure that we always need to go to them to fix the engine. I figured if I can work out how it works, then I can fix the engine without needing them.
Fair. You might void any warranty they have on the engine, though. So.
Only if they find out.
Fair enough. Okay, well, we're gonna go find some dragons.
I heard about this. Good luck, I guess. I would help, but I don't think I am a match for any of you.
Yeah, just good to keep in mind. You see something big flying over the horizon, probably take cover.
I will heed this advice.
See you soon.
He takes the four-leaf clover, just puts it in his inner pocket, and sits back down, feet up, goes back to looking through his notes. Anything else? Anyone wants to talk to anyone?
I'm gonna wait. Tammy's gonna wait until somebody is taking a drink from a mug.
Okay, so a couple hours into the journey, because the journey itself is probably actually only going to take. Actually, the journey itself nowadays would probably only take a couple hours, so about half an hour in or so. Who's taking a drink? Felix.
So, Tav would go over to Felix, get out his little notebook, flick through a few pages, and say,
I mean, I probably wouldn't be taking a drink because it would have to be like from like a doggy bottle, I guess.
Could be. It's just because you were drinking a bottle of Pepsi.
I noticed that.
Yeah, as long as he's
Gnolls
drinking,
are still humanoid.
he would get out his little notebook, flip a couple of pages, and say, "Friend Felix, may I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why did the coffee go to the City Watch?"
What?
Why did the coffee go to the City Watch?
What?
Because it got mugged.
Oh.
It says here that you laugh now.
Null brain doesn't understand jokes.
Just...
Thank you. He'll make a little note in his pad, close and walk away.
You having fun, Alex?
That's great.
Tab has decided he's going to work on his humour. He's watching everybody else around him having a good time, and he just can't understand it. So he's like, okay, got to work on my humour.
Does he do any other jokes during the journey?
Yes, we're over the sea, aren't we?
You'd be going over land.
No, in that case, that's fine. Okay, we're going over land. In that case, he might go to. Let's see, who would he go to? Ray. on the letter, friend Ray. Open his little notebook. I see we are travelling across arable farmland, which makes me ask this following question: Why did the Scarecrow win an award?
I don't know. Was he really good at something?
He was outstanding in his field.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Examine you from okay. Thank you very much, friend. And they wander away.
Can't tell if just laughing at the joke or the whole presentation.
Amused slightly.
Yeah.
He'll spend the rest of his little notebook going through making notes.
A few hours later,
Crossing out lots of things on some of the pages.
Checking off the ones that work.
There is a good way to kind of start working on a stand-up comic routine. Is to do this.
for the podcast, he stood up. It was not fun.
Oh dear, Excuse me.
A few hours later, you make it to the wonderful city of Hin Marina, and I have read through this little thing before, but I will read through it again because it's been a while since you've been here. Hin Marina is one of the main ports of Carmanthia and the only large port on the east side. Its main outputs tend to be in the form of travel and trade along the east coast of Carmanthia and Ferron Major over to Ferron Minor, and forth, sometimes reaching around to Damor. The boats tend to stay fairly close inland, as too far to the east you start reaching into the depths of the unknown of the Dark Sea. Oh, the Dark Sea, not the Black Sea. Which is treacherous and dangerous, and nobody really wants to go there. The city itself is a classic port town with wooden buildings, mostly neat looking, but some a little warped as they get closer to the sea, probably from the sea spray and moisture in the air. It has fishmongers, markets, and trade posts all right next to the massive port, which includes large and long berths with boats all down the sides, constantly being loaded and unloaded. Some ships are large, with 3 masts and a whole crew, some only small and obviously for small trips. Branching out from the port is called the port market, which then leads into the streets of the city. You would fly in, and most likely, due to the sort of makeup of the city, Captain Bertain would actually go a little bit out into the sea and land the boat in the water, nice and gently. A little bit of a strange sort of dive and then up again as you go. The weight of the boat goes into the water, but then turn on the engines on a low bubble and just cruise into one of the berths, one of the little, I'm trying to. What would be another word for it?
Where you dock a
Dock.
ship is
Dock,
called a-
exactly.
Yeah.
Quite skillfully, actually. You'd be impressed by how close he gets it, and when he stops, drops it down an anchor, and shuts off the engines, and it just sort of gently bobs in the water. There isn't actually a way to go from the boat to the sort of wooden planks, because on a usual boat there's a bit of a hole, you put down a plank, but because of the way this boat works, it doesn't exist. So
Seems like an
you're
oversight.
kind of just there. Well, it's not really meant to be docked in the same
I
way.
think we had a plank when we went onto the Duke.
Yeah, we had
whatever
when we-
that ship was.
I think you
The
had
one that exploded or whatever.
Yeah, they had a plank. It sort of just tips over the edge. It's not very stable. But, there is a way to get off. I'm not going to... Ha! This is your next puzzle. Get off the boat.
I don't think Taff would have a big problem with that.
Can we go find the harbour master first, if that's okay?
Why?
You can do.
I thought they
I
were looking
just
for a
thought-
drunkard.
Yeah, but I just thought since we're here, we might as well see if there's been any weird cracking activity as we're in a port town. Might be good to check.
It's pretty too far away from where it's supposed to be, but sure.
Yeah, but it's also the sea, so it can travel around, right?
Yeah, I thought they were territorial.
I mean, there might be, but might have travelled to ally with horrible people.
Sure.
To the harbour master.
You step out from the boat, wander down this far too unstable plank, but you manage to get down and start walking along the port. It is quite busy at the moment. It's probably approaching midday or early afternoon. The sun's high in the sky, and there's a lot of bustle and hustle. People with big crates trying to get to boats as you get past, sort of unable to see you. Oh, all right, sorry, get my way, sort of thing. The one thing you would note, what is your passive perception? LC, just LC.
Just else.
Yeah, just LC. Maybe I've got-
17.
17. It is high enough. You notice as you are walking down this little port, trying to get out of the way of people, a particular figure that just for a second you're like, do I recognize that figure? Let me just bring up the... Where are you? There you go. It's definitely a Goliath who is female, sort of aging in her years, grey skin and these tattoo lines running all the way over her body in almost these circuit board shapes, wearing strong, thick leather armor, sleeveless, of course, bold and just absolutely massive, 7'9" or so, with these huge muscles, just carrying one of these giant crates, sort of, trying to struggle the way to a boat. It's something in your brain just like, you don't see many Goliaths, so it's possibly, do you recognize them? Maybe you're just racist, who knows?
Elsie's not racist.
All Goliaths
Thank
look the
you
same to
very
Elsie.
much.
How dare you make such a flagrant accusation?
Hey, she was definitely against the ASMR when they first came
She
into town, so
was.
let's
She
not.
definitely was not much. Is that all the information I'm getting?
Oh, that's all the information you're getting, yeah.
Would you like to
She
phone a
would-
friend?
Yeah, she'll relay that to
Shipping a stroke now.
To Ray.
Yeah.
Weren't they at the wedding?
Wait, is it someone from the Jester?
What's the jester?
roll me a perception.
No.
Yes, roll me a perception. You don't get to say no to that. This isn't a question.
I don't think I
Checking
will.
my information.
Cool, but roll me a perception. This is how D&D works.
22.
22. You
Eh.
recognize this. You don't remember the name, but you do recognize this Goliath female as being one of the crew of the Jester. And as you look around a bit more, you realize that the boat is in fact the Jester. You can't see any of the other crew. You think they might be on board. You're not sure what's going on, but you do recognize this person, Goliath.
Sure, head over to the Jester then.
To the Jester or to the Goliath?
She can't remember the Goliath's name, so she won't.
So you just wander past, just like, excuse me, walk over to the Jester. You're walking straight on?
Yep.
You walk straight onto the Jester. There's not actually...
I would be following her. I should just put this out.
Okay,
New roll.
you're following. You walk onto the boat. There's not actually anybody on the boat currently. It's just swishing back and forth. You've overtaken this Goliath. And you can see this Goliath, of course, with this big heavy crate coming over to walk onto the boat.
Friend Elsie,
Is everyone there, or is it just the two of them?
why are we on this?
I'm
On
going.
this
I would have continued on to the harbour master.
Is it Teg?
Is what tag?
No, he's not the Goliath, is he? What is he?
He's an orc.
That's it. Ignore me.
Friend
Why-
Elsie, why are we?
Because I guess that's meta.
Yeah, but she would know who Teg is. I can't. She spent hours with Teg. She
Yeah,
would know.
she did.
Don't even go there. She would know who Teg is. Purdy just doesn't remember.
Exactly. I mean,
Alex, this is the beauty of D&D, is being able to do things you can't do in real life in the game. Don't ruin that.
The Goliath walks up the. This obviously still not able to see you or anything. This crate is huge. Just walks up onto the boat, walks sort of past you, just drops on the ground. The ground like bends slightly with the weight of it. Turns around, sees Tav first, 'cause, big, and it's just like, I think you might be on the wrong ship.
Greetings. My friend here came aboard. I was just accompanying her.
She looks down, pauses a second, it's just, Elsie,
Hi.
what are you doing here? It's so lovely to see you. Goes in, gives you with all-encompassing hug as before. You're just like completely covered by this giant muscular woman. It's so nice to see you.
This is that feeling when somebody comes up to you in the street and says, "Hey, it's so good to see you again." You have no idea who they are.
What are you doing here? The crew, they're in the pub at the moment. I was just carrying some supplies in, just bump from the top of the crate. So,
I
full of
was
food.
hoping that they were on here. I didn't even register it was you. I just saw the ship and decided to come on.
Well, yeah. Well, we were only in port for a few more hours.
Oh, it's so great to see you. Yeah, we're here. We're here looking for somebody. Where did you say they were?
Oh, they're currently in the pub.
That's convenient. We're looking for a drunkard.
As well?
Well,
Are you coming over to the pub as well?
yes, the old vessel. I've got a couple other things to put on the ship.
Well,
I,
Tav can help you with that. I think we can all head over because I'm sure the person we're looking for is in there as well.
Any help is wonderful. You don't have to, of course.
I'm always happy to help.
In which case, follow me. And she just starts walking off the ship again. She's got quite a large stride compared to you because she is 7'9". She's like a good foot taller than you. So there's a little bit of. It's one of the few times in the world that you have to kind of like hurry to keep up.
So half walk, half run.
And walks over
What was
to
that
just
noise in the background?
two more crates. Stand just. I mean, they're big crates. They got to be maybe 5 foot or so, like in width. They're huge crates. They do not look like they're easy to wield. She comes over and says, "Well, if you take one, I'll take the other."
And that's fine. I will summon my echo.
It's just she's like,
Two of me.
fair enough.
And then with the two of me, you can probably manage it.
Roll me an athletics, just to see how,
Athletics
how
as
easy
well.
this is for you. She, of course, just sits down, one hand on the top, one hand under the bottom, and just lifts it up out of the air. You can see all of the muscles straining.
19.
19's pretty good. You definitely get it with the two of you. Lift it up, but it's so, you don't know what's in there. It feels like it's full of lead or gold or something. It's so heavy, and it's like half a foot maybe off the ground. Just fucking waddling
No
sideways.
problem at all.
She wanders off with this giant one, gets it onto the ship. About 2 minutes later, you get up the slant of the plank,
Wait, does
And
this world
eventually-
not have living luggage?
drop it down again. Sorry, you are?
Ray, we met briefly at the wedding.
We did. I'm sorry, completely forgot. I was not entirely sober during
That's
that.
fair. I
wedding.
don't think any of us were. What's your name again? Sorry, I can't remember.
Krathu.
Okay, Krathu. Nice to meet you again.
Lovely to meet you again. Well, we're speaking of drinks, going to the old vessel.
We're looking for a drunk dragon.
I haven't seen any dragons.
They won't look like a dragon, don't worry.
Okay,
They turn into humanoid creatures.
of course.
It should be mostly harmless, just very drunk.
Shall we?
Yeah.
She walks off. Meanwhile, Barty, Felix, which party were you with?
Barty.
Yeah, Zegith, Barty, and Felix. Then you wander over to. There's just a little hut. It's not massive. It's enough to have like a desk and a chair, and then maybe a little bit of extra space just for small amounts of cupboards and storage and stuff. Open window, open door. Well, in fact, no door and no window. Just sort of these open ports. With a sort of grumpy-ish looking captain, bushy grey beard covering most of the mouth, wrinkly leathered skin, obviously been outside for a lot of their life, wearing a tattered old white captain's hat and a big tattered blue overcoat with just a simple enough shirt underneath and an attempt at a tie. It's obviously not been done particularly well. Who is currently sitting feet up on the desk, leaning back in the chair with a book resting open on his chest, just asleep.
Cool. Well, seeing this, I will quickly close the door before we go in.
There's no
Okay.
door. It's just a
Okay.
doorway.
I'll head back. I'll turn back and I'll say to others. I'll say, right, guys, we need to go in, and we've got some dangerous enemies, so we need to go incognito. We need to be in disguise. So just follow my lead, okay?
Who's going to recognize us?
No. Well, if people ask, people know our names. Like the bad guys know our names, right?
I guess.
So-
Everyone seems to know our names nowadays.
You're not there.
Yeah. So we need to be incognito. So just follow my lead, and I'll go in and I'll very politely just shake the guy's foot, and I'll beckon for the others to follow me in.
As you finish your speech, Zegith just looks at Felix and mouths just like, do you have any idea what he's talking about? Okay, good. At least I'm not
For the
doing
podcast, I shook my head.
that. You walk in and shake his foot gently, and he just... It's just asleep still.
I will bring out my coin pouch. And I will-
I kicked the cable from my camera.
I will bring out my coin pouch and I will just jangle it next to his ear.
Nothing.
Okay. In that case, I will do both at the same time. I'll waggle his foot and jangle.
I don't even know. I want you to roll for this, but I don't even know what you roll for trying to wake someone up. Roll a persuasion, I guess.
What's my bonus?
That's as close as I'm guessing it's gonna get.
Okay. 15.
Oh, did you roll like a 4?
I did.
Wow. They're wrong. You shake him, and eventually, it takes far longer than you'd actually like. It's kind of awkward. Someone walks past looking at you doing this, who's just, what? Just scurries onwards. Eventually, he's. You're right.
Hello, sir. My name is Hans, and I am here with the great warrior. His name is Bixley, and I will point to Zegith.
I am Bigsley.
Bixley, with an X, Bixley.
I know my name. It is
sometimes
Bixley.
The people of Carmantia have difficulty pronouncing it. He is here in your lovely port city to find some information on creatures of great renown, and I thought you, as the harbor master, would be a knowledgeable and powerful man in these parts.
All right.
Right. Excellent. We seek information on if you have seen a great and terrible beast known as a kraken in these parts.
No, ain't no seen no kraken.
This is slowly morphing from a German accent to a French accent.
We have come to the wrong place then, Bixley, for the kraken. We also seek information of a man.
There's lots of men around here.
Is there a man in these parts who perhaps he drinks a lot, but never seems to run out of money for drinks, but you do not know how he gets this money?
Probably.
Would you be willing to, and I will take out a gold coin, I'll say, would you be willing to tell me the name, location, and general description of this man? Your good harbor masterness, sir.
Give me a persuasion.
16.
16. You're holding up the gold. Are you trying to do like a subtle little?
No. I'm just holding up a gold coin.
He looks at the gold. She pauses a second. He's like, "There's lots of people around here. My memory is difficult to get jogged sometimes."
Then perhaps, as a man of culture, you would be interested in a pastry from my homeland, and I will also put out one of my treats for the day on the desk.
He just looks at you. He's like, doesn't even say anything. Just looks down, looks up, just the same face of just like, what?
Perhaps. Sorry, I have been incredibly rude. I have introduced myself, Hans, and my employer Bixley. I have not introduced you to Ben. He is our very big friend, and I will get Felix, the big Knoll, in.
I imagine so. Like, obviously, Knolls usually walk with his big gait, arms outwards, strong. Are you a bit more timid with your walk?
Yes.
He just wanders in, just like. He's looking up, like, what is this?
He is a terrifying creature on a short leash. You have a terrible temper, do you not, Ben? Ben, with the he is looking for food. You see, we have not had him fed today.
The captain just picks up the pastry you gave him and just hands it to Ben.
Ben, you prefer raw meat? Yes.
Do you take the pastry?
Eagerly takes the pastry. The first opportunity he's ever had to have one of these pastries.
He's just nibbling at it. Terrifying.
He has a big smile on his face.
Well, Ben is inconsistent.
I mean, you're not wrong.
So who was this individual who we might seek?
You still holding out the gold piece?
Yes.
God. Give me another persuasion with disadvantage.
Alex, I appreciate you trying so hard to get us to get this information.
23.
Wait, with disadvantage?
Yeah, 12 and a 17.
He looks at you with this sort of just like, mostly a, how do I get them to get out of my booth? I want to read my book kind of face. And he just sort of plucks the gold out of your finger, puts it into a little side pocket. He's like, oh, maybe someone around here called Merle?
Merle? Thank you, Your Highness. What establishment might we find Merle patronizing?
Well, what time is it now? I was saying it was like early afternoon. I reckon he's might be awake. Usually late starter. Lots of money thrown into, well, any of the pubs really. Most likely Old Vessel.
Okay, and a general description of this Merle would be greatly appreciated, so that myself and my employer and my friend Ben can vacate your premises.
You know, his looks, it's a... I can't quite remember his looks, you know, we might need to jog that memory as well.
What do you think, Ben? Do we have enough to go on?
Ben is still eating his pastry.
What about you, Bixley? As my employer, do you feel satisfied? Is your warrior spirit engaged?
My warrior spirit is thinking maybe one more gold?
Okay. Harbour Master, sir. One more gold for your finest description of Merle.
Give me another persuasion. When I'll finalize.
15.
15. And he just looks at you. He looks at you and he's just like, he takes the gold and he's just like, he wears expensive clothes, waistcoat, lots of rings.
And what manner of person is he?
Drunk.
I meant in terms of like myself, he is a tabaxi, or he is a human, or...
Human.
Human. Thank you for your kindness.
Mm-hmm.
We hope you have a lovely day. And should you ever need a monster slaying, remember the name Bixley Bill. Bixley Bill.
All right. And what was your name again?
My name is Hans. Fall.
Arms full.
Hans Fall. Yes.
Hands full.
Thank you and good day, sir.
Do you just awkwardly walk away?
I'll turn around and
As we walk away, Felix finishes his pastry and just very loudly goes, "What the fuck were you doing that accent for?"
It's so and like clearly in like still
Very loudly.
Not be like now he doesn't know who we are.
Zegeth just looks at the two of you and goes, I think it went quite well actually.
Yeah.
I really felt my character there.
Yeah.
I haven't done drama before, but I really felt that. It was
I just feel like normally the people who do the disguises and stuff, people like Ray who are really good at them, and you know, Elsie's got a really good way with words. But I feel like we can't change how we look except for Felix when he dies. So maybe I thought
and not by choice.
That's the best kind of way to
it would be
disguise our presence here.
It would be a little extreme to kill him just to change the
Yeah.
It's just when you walked up to him and you just like, "Hello, my name is Hans," and I was like, "What the
Big
fuck is going on?"
I'm not
exactly,
I'm not very good at accents, so I thought that.
I noticed.
But I thought even though he's a harbour master, he probably hears all sorts of accents. So you
So
know,
he probably doesn't know when ones are
he's
correct.
probably like, oh, it's just a new accent. It's just this guy's from a different place.
As you're walking back across the
Surprised you
dock,
didn't put on a fake moustache and a pair of thick rimmed glasses.
as you're walking
A
back
big
across the
nose.
dock, this is when the rest of you would meet up again, having dropped off the crates and ready to head over towards the old vessel. You just sort of meet in the middle.
And we're going to get hammered at the old vessel. Want to come along?
Oh, excellent news! We have found out through hard work and great expense.
And
You did the
dubious
voice again,
the
didn't
old
you?
vessel, huh?
You did the
and
voice again,
dubious
didn't you?
accents. Yeah, he did.
No, I have never done that voice before.
You
When
have.
I have thought that someone was listening, I have never done that.
And Dina Farrow, you did.
So maybe.
How do you remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Because we said we had to keep a low profile, so you're like, I know.
At least he's consistent.
I don't remember that.
We need to go there. We're looking for a human called Merle who wears nice clothes. And
Yes, although we did already know we were looking for Merle because we were told the name of the dragon by Raorin.
And we
Yeah,
can
but-
assume that they were wearing nice clothes because they're dragons.
But they might, they might have been in disguise. They could be using a different name and an accent. We know for a fact that is very good at covering up your identity.
Definitely.
As was recently showcased by our good friend Ben.
What?
That was you. You
Ben?
were Ben in that thing. For
Oh!
I thought that would be more clear,
Wait, why did you lie about who you were?
so that people don't know that we're here, so that we can't be as easily.
I think
found
people
here.
will notice us. I'm just.
We.
Yeah, but
You do
unless
know that
if-
we are being tracked pretty much at all times by those people, right? So.
And also, I'm a knoll.
You watch whilst people are literally giving like the widest berth around the knoll, just
Well,
far away.
It doesn't hurt to, do what we can. Some people might know us only by name.
Which could be useful to leverage our name.
You hear
And this way, if these people ever need a monster slayer, they can look up the name of a person
Yeah,
who doesn't
and that-
exist,
And now, if
and then
people,
die.
yeah, if people want us and they know us by name, and we want them to find us, then they could, they might ask.
But-
They'll be like, "Oh, have you heard of this person?" And we'll know that it's us, and they won't know that it's us.
But they won't
And so-
ask us.
They might. They
No.
might be like, "Oh, have you heard of Bixley Phil or
You know what?
Hans?"
Or
Ford?"
Hans
I was
Full.
kidding. I was kidding about the getting hammered before, but I.
We can't hear you, Paddy.
Hans Full.
Hans,
Huh?
it's full, like with an O, but never,
It's got
let's
one of
go
those.
find
It's
that.
got one of those. It's got one of those Nordic O's with the cross throat or whatever.
You do know it sounds like handsful. Like,
Yes.
full of hands.
I didn't know that at the time, but now that you've pointed that out, I think it works even better.
You hear a voice from behind Elsie, who just goes, "Hi, I'm Grathu."
Yes.
Yes, we've met
Sorry,
before.
Grathu.
Hello, Grathu.
You've
I
met most
served
of
you
these
food.
people at the wedding.
I don't remember
Uh,
there being a knoll at the wedding. I
Yeah,
think
no.
I
I
remember.
don't normally look like this.
He wasn't.
He
at the
also
wedding.
wasn't at the wedding, but he also doesn't normally look like that. That's a bit of a
He's very good
Mhm.
at being in disguise. He is a method actor, and so he has taken the form of a knoll so that he can portray a knoll.
Right. Barty talks absolute rubbish most of the time,
Yeah.
which is what he's currently doing.
Elsie thinks I should be immortal.
I'm going to
he says
meet the
out
rest of.
loud.
I'm going to meet the rest of my clan. And
I'm going to go join you.
Yeah, we're coming with. Unfortunately,
She-
not unfortunately
What?
for me in the.
Unfortunately
Unfortunately
for
for
you
you,
guys.
we're coming with.
she leans over to the side where the crates used to be and just picks up this gigantic axe, which you've probably vaguely seen before, but wouldn't have seen at the wedding. It's just this huge axe. It's probably taller than most of you and wider than most of you.
Just
And
on
just
the
sort of
way.
picks it up, left hand in one hand, just reaches back and just some sort of magical connection, just clunk.
On the way there,
I-
Ray will
I
just
really
ask,
thought you were going to say picks up this massive bottle of vodka. Just
I
can't
mean,
be
I
doing
wouldn't
with this
blame her.
shit.
I would not blame her.
And just
You think-
walks.
do you think you and your crew fancy fighting a kraken in the near future?
Not a standard offer. We aren't exactly prepared for violence. The ship doesn't even have cannons.
In
Fair.
fairness,
Why does
it is
nothing
not.
have cannons?
It
It's
is not a
normal.
standard Kraken either, so that could work.
I mean, we have the ability to fight off pirates, but we are not a trained crew of fighters. We are skilled
figured I'd
mostly
ask.
transport.
Upon seeing the giant axe that you're carrying, I figured
It's
I'd ask.
probably a question for the captain.
I've forgotten his name. Would you tell me?
Captain
There were
Matthias,
a lot
right?
of people at the wedding.
Captain
How can you
Matthias,
forget
yes.
anybody's name?
Matthias. I just sometimes people I have so many of these characters in my head that are just, you know, I'm thinking of recipes and stuff all the time. I can't deal with names.
It's only like literally a minute before you're standing outside of the old vessel, which, if you remember, is the whole, the entire of an old ship, which has been reformatted to have a door in the side, and it is entirely a building inside of a ship. The top deck being like an open air tables and such like that. The doors are open. There's a lot of noise coming out from inside. There's a piano playing, maybe some fiddles or something going alongside. It's very joyous. There's, and as you walk in, there's just some people dancing over to the right, a warm fire roaring away, lots of people drinking, lots of people making noise, singing along to whatever very badly. And I believe I have somewhere got the description of who would be behind the bar is the owner. There you go. Just wearing a loose tank top and work trousers, showing off multiple scars and bullet wounds from all over his body. Just serving various people. Yes.
Interesting.
You see Krathu immediately just walks over to the left to a large table which has got all of the members of the Jester sitting around, all the same people that you recognize, just laughing away. And as she joins them, they're all, hey! She sits down. They've got an ale and stuff already ready.
Ray heads straight to the bar.
She spill a tray of food.
Yeah. You head to the bar. You're not too short, but the bar is, probably up to about your chest, which means a lot of the people standing around you, of course, get your attention first. There's a good few people to the left and right of you trying to get some attention as this guy's just going back and forth, pouring out some grog, pouring out some more grog, a bit of ale, maybe one every now and again a glass of wine. Or
I'm ignored for too long. I'm flying.
just lightly, and eventually, just naturally, walks over. Is like, "You're right."
Hey, can I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of your strongest ales?
All right, coming up, and he
Thank
goes
you.
back, pulls out 5, holds them all in one hand, and just puts them down, froth sort of spilling over slightly. That'll be 6 silver.
Here you go.
Hand it over. He
A
takes it,
gold.
just puts it. You hand over the gold. He grabs 4 silver, hands them back,
Oh.
and just gets onto the next person. It's like there's so many people. He's obviously just not spending the time to pay attention to you.
Okay, I'll take it
These
back to the
tankards,
group.
by the way, they're huge. You could probably hold like 2 in each hand.
Who didn't you get one for?
Fuck, I was about to call him Ben. Fuck.
Felix?
The 16-year-old
actor.
kid in a new null body who I imagine being drunk would be
16.
rather
That's rude.
As you're struggling to pick up all of these things, I know Zegeth, wanders over, just picks up 3 of them.
Thank you.
I take
I'm
Ray.
not going to drink mine. I'm only going to pretend to drink it.
You'd be able to find a table, a small table, which you sort of crowd around, put down the drinks, and sit down. And there's still lots of noise and stuff, but it's a happy and enjoyable atmosphere. Difficult to have a conversation without shouting that kind of volume generally.
So, guys, how do we want to find Merle?
I have no idea. Ask?
With our eyes?
What are we
That
looking
How do
usually
you ask?
how.
How do you ask with your eyes?
Oh well, that's a skill that I've heard that is more seductory.
Seductory.
Well, you don't know how to do it then.
Why are you so... Whatever.
Is that something you learned in
She's
your book,
nagging you.
Elsie?
Can I use my flight to get a little higher up and then take a look around, make a perception check for
Yeah, give me
for a
perception.
rich drunk asshole? That's an incredible 16.
A 16. You look around. There are two people that you might identify as a rich asshole that look like they have like nicer clothes and a couple of drinks. One is sitting at the bar, leaning against it, evidently just sort of slightly drunk, not swaying, but slightly drunk, with a woman standing in front who looks completely bored with whatever the hell he's saying. The other one is sitting on a table on his own, legs up, got like a small like glass of wine. Well, it's probably not a glass, but like a thing of wine in one hand, and just a book in the other. Got this face on it, just like how noisy it is in here. Just, God, swirling the wine slightly.
Strictly speaking, since we're all members of the guild, we also all qualify as rich assholes.
Yes, you kind of are.
Yes.
There are the two people that look like they qualify. Do you want to split up and go talk to both of them, or?
Yeah, let's do that. Go in disguise though, just in case.
Yes,
not
you
going
should
to
use
do
the
that.
accent.
Wait, I'm gonna go with you.
All right,
I'm gonna go with you.
I'm gonna go talk to
Okay.
the annoyed guy at the table with his feet up reading a book.
Okay. So who's going in that group? That's just Ray and Elsie?
Yeah, I'll go along as well.
Okay. Ray Elsie, and Tav. Or
Leading
He'll hang
the
back a bit.
chaos
He's gonna-
group.
He's going to hang back a little bit because he doesn't want to look too imposing when they talk to him.
Barty and Felix go the other way.
Yeah.
Zegith. No, he's
keeping the table.
I'll keep the table. Yep. I'll keep the table. I'll look out for anyone else.
Felix is trying to work out how he ended up getting lumped with Barty again.
He
it's
didn't
the
move
third
quickly
group.
enough.
If he's looking uncomfortable, is the actor formerly known as Ben looking uncomfortable?
Felix is always looking uncomfortable because
It's
he's
true, it
currently a
doesn't make any
knoll.
difference.
Well, I'll say if you want to stay at the table, that's okay. If you'd rather.
I don't know. I'll come with you, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go with. So
Just
hairy
mean.
hands, hairy hands, and burly Ben going off in one direction. The chaos group going off in the other direction. Who's going to go
Wait,
first?
who's the
Let's go
chaos
with
crew?
Elsie and Ray
Oh, okay.
and Tav.
What a
She's
weird,
muted.
they're the
We'll go
chaos
with
group.
Hands and Ben. You walk over to this guy who is, as you walk over, completely ignores
Felix,
you.
what? Oh, Hans and Ben. I forgot.
Completely
Immediately.
ignores you. And as you walk over, you hear him just like, well, you know, I own a ship, of course. It's a wonderful galleon, lots of people working for me. And she's just looking just like, oh, when can I leave? And of course, the family has money.
Excuse
And,
me, sir.
No, go away.
I must know.
Go
Where
away.
did you get such fine clothes?
Just go away. So, if you wanted, I could show you around the ship. She's completely ignoring
Sir?
around the ship.
Hello.
I don't think he wants.
He turns around. What the fuck do you want? This woman's just like, okay, I'm out. And she just gets up.
I
And now you
have
fucking done it, haven't you? All right, what the fuck? What do you want?
I have been informed that there is a well-dressed man in this tavern whose name is Merle.
What's he on about?
Are you Merle,
No.
sir?
No.
Do you
not
know
Merle.
of a Merle? I would also like to make an insight check.
Roll an insight. I don't know, Mel. You ruined my chances. She was on the cusp of
12.
ruining my chances. 12.
I'll
You
also
can't really
roll.
tell. He's exasperated. You
I am
feel like
already suspicious of him because I know that he was using a fake accent. whereas he
exactly like
wasn't.
he seems exasperated. You feel like at this point he'd say anything just to get you to piss off. You don't know if that means that he knows who Merle is or doesn't know who Merle is. It's just sort of, just get away. What do you want?
I would like to find out where I could locate Merle. I see
don't know.
I have ruined your chances with that lovely lady.
Yeah.
Myself and this is my companion Ben. we
don't
would
care.
like to make it up to you. How about we find you a different, lovely lady?
He just
Would-
looks
would
both of
that
you
be-
up and
would-
down.
Would that be worth your time?
He looks you up and down. And no offense, mate. Well, I don't think you'll be finding much.
I am not so much of the seductress, but I have been known that I have been called the great flyer because I am such a good wingman. You see?
Well, I've got an idea. Yeah,
Yes.
come in close. Got this one.
I would prefer not to, if that's okay. I
Come
do
in.
not want to get any of my hair on your lovely
Come in.
clothes.
Come in close. Come in close.
Since you have insisted, I will do so.
You lean and he says, "How about you fuck off?"
That's I could do that. How about I do that once
That's a
we
good
have,
idea, and
we
I
have
grab
reached
him.
an equitable agreement?
Your arm's just grabbed by Ben, and he starts pulling you away.
I will resist.
Give me a strength check. Felix, you're going to be using a +2.
18.
That'll be a 22.
Yeah, he just
Ah.
starts dragging you away. And this guy's just like, "What are you? Another drink?" At the bar, and just downs his drink.
I think. that's
Meanwhile, at the other table, legs up on the table, you walk over. Just the two small girls first, of course. And I only say small in comparison to Tav, who towers over later. Who's reading his book and doesn't seem to pay you much attention. He obviously recognizes you're there as you sort of stand close. And you sort of.
Are there seats at the table?
There's one seat opposite. He's just at a two-person table.
Hello. Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Hi.
Just puts a little bookmark, a little like peacock feather, like a small peacock feather, just in his book. Closes it gently, puts it down, makes it square to the table. Yes.
Do you frequent here often?
Oh no, gosh.
Do
Place
you
like
come
this.
here often? Why didn't I try that?
Like this place? No, gosh.
Oh,
I had to charter with a ship, and they had to pull into port for whatever reason. I decided to get a drink to try and deal with this place.
Can I insight check that?
You 100% can.
Thanks. God. 13.
Sorry, 13.
Yes.
He's very quiet. I thought that was your role, and then you were going to add on. 13, you figure he's mostly telling the truth. It sounds truthful. He mostly it seems like he wants to get back to his book. He doesn't like people being around. Whether he's telling the truth about being here much, you can't really tell.
I would also insight check.
Oh, are you over now?
I'm with them. I'm only hanging back.
You
a
said
bit.
you were
I'm
delayed.
I'm not gonna. No, I'm only just behind them. I'm not gonna go in front of them. I
So you're just like creepily behind them. Okay.
I don't want to loom.
Sure, do the insight as well. Are you obviously a part of their group, or are you standing far enough?
Oh
back?
yeah, I'm part of the group.
Okay.
25.
25?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get the feeling he's telling the truth. Is there something I can help you with?
Alright, just to refresh Purdy's mind, what was the guy we're looking for called again?
Mel.
Merle.
Mel,
Mel.
that's it. We were just wondering if you've ever heard of someone called Mel?
Mel? I don't think so. Local? Like I said, I don't know many locals. I'm better with faces than names.
Oh, I actually don't know what he looks like. He's human, I think.
A lot of
Human.
people are human around
Just
here.
fancy.
Yeah, he's quite a fancy looking person.
Can you remember the one other descriptor I gave you?
He's wearing
No.
nice clothes.
There was one more.
Hang on, I'm going to see if I'm able to do it.
A lot of jewelry, I know
Rings.
that.
Rings, is it?
Rings. Rings. Well, possibly. I mean, yesterday, there was someone came in. I mean, a lot of fancy rings, wearing some nice clothing. I think it was a waistcoat of some kind.
Oh, yeah, I think we were told about that one. as
Yes,
well.
I don't know if this is your fella. He came in later than. It seems he started his day fairly late. I don't think he's in here right now.
But it was
well-
here?
He definitely came here. I haven't spoken with many. He definitely, he spoke with that crew over there, points at a couple people just at another table, who seemed fairly uninteresting, and had a little bit of a talk with, I think, that crew over there, points over towards the crew of the Jester. Got drunk at the bar, had quite a few drinks, seemed to be quite the heavy drinker, if I do say. Seemed to sort of do his own thing for a couple of hours over there, just points into one of the corners, and then left late in the evening.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've been
Most
so
helpful. Thank you.
Yes. Hi. Well,
Rail Druid craft one of the yellow lilies. Just leave it on the table. Thank you.
very kind. Hopefully you're successful and don't have to come back to speak to me.
We will leave you in
Take the
peace.
flower back.
Just picks up his book, delicately plucks out the feather, puts it in a top pocket, just gets back to reading.
I want to be this guy when I grow
Just
up.
before he leaves, Tav's going to get his little notebook out.
Oh no.
Flip a few
Oh,
pages.
No.
He sort of looks up. He's got the little. He puts on these little reading spectacles. Looks above them. Yes.
Cut to 2 hours later, burning remains of the pub.
I don't think he's the target audience for a joke.
Yeah,
I need to understand. Friend, I also read a
Not a
book
friend, but okay.
once. I read a book about flying.
Okay.
I was unable to put it down.
Well, I find myself into books every now and again. Yes, they can be difficult to put down. Instructional manual is not necessarily my style. I'm more a fan of the fantasy, but
Thank you very
are
much.
you asking for recommendations?
Ray
No,
slams the tankard.
I have my information, thank you.
I'm not an aviation expert.
I'll perhaps speak to you again later.
I
Turn the
hope
page
not.
open.
Goes back to reading his book.
But I've seen the other guys have already left.
You
so
turn
Tav will
around
come
and
off.
see Felix dragging Barty away from this guy.
So he
Zagging to
waits?
the table, just like tapping the table.
Well, I'm going to head back over to the table. We were with the Jester people before, weren't we?
No, you were just on your own table.
All right. Have we not seen me to the? I mean, I wouldn't recognise.
We've
them,
seen
would we?
them. We weren't sat with them.
But if this guy said that our friend Merle was talking to the people from the Jester, they might know something about him.
Well, yeah, we'll head over to talk to them about it.
Sure. You head over to the table, and I mean, they're all drinking away, having a bit of fun. And as you walk over, Crowther, you sort of recognize it. I was talking about these ones, and the rest of them are like, oh, yeah, you're right. Captain.
Ray's just watching the door.
Captain Matthias, stands up. To remind you again, he's got this fancy navy uniform on, a tricorn hat. It's currently sat on the table, but he does have that, the sort of what would you call it?
Talking about bandolier.
Bandana, that's the one. Let's go bandana around his head, which you put underneath it. This crimson red coat, black trousers, a rapier put down to his side, a gold sash across him. Seems fairly strong, built. He's got muscles, not the bodybuilder muscles, more like work muscles. But he's only about 6 foot tall, so compared to you, he's underneath you. Big strong chin, brown hair, short back in size, blue eyes, this scar coming down his left cheek. Anyway, he stands up, puts out a hand for shaking to Tav. Says, well, lovely to meet you. Captain
Good to
Aerith
meet you too.
Matthias, at your service.
Captain, good to meet you. Perhaps you know my friend here,
Who are you pointing to?
Elsie.
Elsie. I do indeed. It has been a while.
I have. Nice to see you again.
It is indeed. How have you been going?
We've been going. We've had a few things happen, but we're.
Is there anybody else in the group apart from you who would know who was on the Jester?
I don't think so.
I think
no,
you're the only
I'm
one left, aren't you?
One of the originals, yeah.
So, because at this point, Tav would say, "It is a pleasure to meet you," but I'm unclear as to how you and Elsie became friends.
Well, they needed a ship to get across the Forth, and we were up to the job.
I see. So you've been to Forth before, Elsie.
Yes.
I must have missed that.
I don't believe you were around. Is there some way we can help, or are you just here for a drink?
Well, perhaps you can help, and we can also have a drink.
Hmm?
We are searching for an individual called Merle.
Ah, Merle. Yes, I know a Merle. He's around here a lot. I mean, we come into this port a fair bit. He's always around.
I believe it's the same Merle we're looking for.
Possibly.
Told you were talking to him yesterday?
Yes, probably. He wanders around. I think he likes to know everybody. Normally quite drunk. He'll be in his house at the moment. I imagine it'll be a couple hours till he gets back. If you're desperate to see him, you could go to his house. Or
If
can
you
wait
know where
around.
his house is, that would be...
Oh, right on the edge of town. Very large house. Inland. Easy to recognize.
Thank you.
I reckon northeast. Follow the path till you're out into sort of a little more of the edges, and then it's big. Only been there once for a business deal. Fancy on the inside.
Business deal?
Well, he wanted certain things from different. I think he wanted something from Demarth. I don't remember it particularly.
Have you helped them multiple times, or is that the only time?
Just the once. Like I said, don't vaguely talk.
Yeah, just interested in if he collects anything in particular.
Nothing that I know of.
Fair enough.
It didn't raise any flags, if that's what you're asking.
All right.
Do you
I'm
want
happy
to
to-
stay for a drink?
I'm happy to stay for a drink. I don't know about
Stay for a
everybody
drink.
else.
Sure, let's stay for a drink.
We'll shove around some chairs. He just sort of looks around. There's definitely not enough room, but everyone's just like, okay, just starts shuffling along, trying to like shove things in and out. It's me. I'm doing the beeping. Ignore it.
Oh.
Stop being distracted by it.
I thought it was you doing the beeping.
I thought it was you.
A
I've
deal is
ignored
being
it for
made
now.
of
I'm going to
it.
find a break before I deal with it because I have to go away to deal with it.
Very well,
dear.
but only a brief drink, I think. We have important business with Merle.
Well,
I mean, it's going to come here anyway.
I
maybe
prefer to speak
we'll
to him in a quieter environment without alcohol.
Well, I mean, if you go to his house, you'll most likely catch him when he's less drunk.
And possibly less willing to speak to people. I don't know.
He's
We could
friendly with
always-
most people, to be honest.
You could always invite him to come and join us here afterwards, after we've had our discussion.
Your choice.
Elsie,
sitting?
you are the leader of the group. What is your decision?
I'm already sat down.
Okay. You sat down. How many people? How many of you?
Elsie's already on a second round.
Elsie sat down. Are the rest of you sitting down? Who is there?
We're still at the other
Where's
table.
Okay. So you, Zegith, and Ben just look over. Zegith's like, I think they're sitting down
Did
over
you
there.
say you say Gith and Ben?
Yeah.
Yeah, why are you calling me Ben? Stop it.
Zegith's just like, I think they're sitting down over there. Are we supposed to go over to them?
I thought we all went out.
Well, we've already found out who Merle is, so I guess that they're just catching up with friends. I'm going to be watching the guy like a
I'm
hawk.
going to. I think Tav is going to sit down, and then he'll create his echo and transfer his consciousness. So the body that sits, this is to reserve his seat, okay? So his body will go, and then in his
Where
echo,
are you
he'll-
sitting down?
at the table with the jester people.
Okay.
And I shall, in the body of the, I shall transfer my consciousness to the echo, walk over to the other half of the party, Joe and friends. And not Joe and friends.
Ben and friends.
Ben
Ben
and
and
friends, that's
friends.
it. And say, these are friends of Elsie's. We are, who know where Merle lives. They've given us his location, but we're going to have a drink with them first. I'm sure you're welcome to join.
It's good to know where his house is, but he's sat over there.
What?
The guy at the bar. That's Merle.
It's definitely
He
not
was being
Merle.
super suspicious and being like, "No, I'm not Merle. I don't know who Merle is."
I-
So,
I be-
and I heard him use a fake accent. So I think that's him. I think he's trying to be incognito.
I believe the reason that he said he was not Merle is because he is not Merle.
No.
Drax.
Yeah, I mean, what What would have convinced you that he wasn't Merle?
If he said he was Merle.
Yeah. Well, no, I am convinced that he is Merle. So
Yeah,
to convince
but-
me that he's not Merle, I suppose we would have to actually meet Merle.
Yes.
Yeah,
But you couldn't do that just by having a conversation with him.
no,
Because
that's true.
he is Merle.
Okay, well, we know where
I don't
this
know how I
goes,
came out with that because that's
Uh,
far too intelligent thing for a null brain to come out with.
But while we are
Snodbrain.
here, Felix, I'm surprised you're not more curious about like the barman.
The barman?
Yeah, he's covered in like what looks like bullet wounds, and the only people I know who've ever used guns is you and
Oh yeah.
Edge.
Okay, just to clarify, not covered in bullet wounds. He has a lot of scars, some of which are bullet wounds, or what you would assume to be. They're like circular, you know.
He looks to have some bullet wounds, and the only people that I know who use bullets is like you, or you when you used to, and Etch has that like one boomstick thing which
Yeah,
fires stuff out.
Guns aren't unheard of in the world. It's not regular use.
Oh, I just thought maybe he knew where your robot came from, maybe.
Those wounds don't look anything like the wounds that Felix leaves.
Well, for starters, he's still walking.
Thank you for
around.
clarifying, since we can't actually see those wounds. Either way.
No, if you've ever looked at the wounds left by Felix, they're smaller when he uses his large gun.
I
Very
try not to look.
precise.
I try not to look at any wounds for very long. It's very unsanitary.
Aren't
You're-
you?
Clever.
Looking at wounds is unsanitary.
The wounds themselves are unsanitary. And just because I tend to do lots of healing, I mean I don't like looking at the gooey, nasty, bloody mess. It's horrible. That's why I get rid of it as soon as I can.
Tracks?
Along with helping people. That's the main reason.
Well, shall we head to this house of Merle?
Yeah,
Let's
let's go
go.
straight to Mills.
I mean, if they're going to have a drink, we don't want to waste the time.
Yeah, but if we know where Merle is, we don't want to miss him, because then we've got to
Yeah.
camp at his house.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
That sounds like it's quite a nice house.
Yeah, but we'd be camping outside the house. Why?
Why?
Hmm.
Because if he's not there, he can't let us in.
Hmm.
Unless we break
We-
in.
Didn't stop that. That didn't stop us from just jumping onto the jester's boat. Cough, cough.
I didn't do that.
Neither
I know,
did
I
you,
also
Felix.
did that. Haha, you called me Felix, Icha.
You got me.
Okay, well let's go. We'll go over, and then we'll go as soon as Elsie wants us to.
I don't know if you want to relay that, Tav.
Well,
I
they're
would-
just over there, so we can just get up and go.
You've actually just been at the other table. You transferred your consciousness, so
Yeah.
talking to your echo is just
Exactly. I'll
Tav.
just
Tav. Tav.
I'll dismiss
I
the
don't think it's
echo,
there.
which means I'll return back to my own body. Our friends are going to go and visit Merle immediately.
What?
As we walk over to your table.
Wait, but why?
Don't go yet.
I said we're gonna go when Elsie wants us to.
Oh,
I thought you were
I
going
just
to go
think that
immediately.
that should be sooner rather than later.
Yes.
we know he's gonna come here anyway. Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I'm not
if,
convinced that this is the best place for the kind of conversation we need to have.
yeah, if we
No.
accidentally piss him off, he's gonna
No, that's
destroy
not the
this
point.
place.
There may be certain elements of his lifestyle that he would not wish to discuss in a situation where there are many
Yeah.
people around.
Look, we have a way to discuss it with him. We're not just going to openly say, "Oh, by the way, we know you're this."
That was kind of.
That's exactly what I thought we were
Yeah,
going.
I'm
to
not
do.
sure what else you thought we were going to do.
Oh my god.
Genuinely, I thought that was pretty much going to be the exact words coming out of one of our mouths.
I thought it was
I was-
just mention Rayoran and then.
I was going to Nick Fury him and be like, "We need you for a very special mission."
Who is Nick
I
Fury?
don't know who
Who's
that
Nick
is.
Fury?
Yeah.
Sort of very
Is that someone
popular,
from Feyvel?
very popular Herringon story from back in Feyvel. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
It
love to
doesn't
hear
sound-
it.
Like, from hearing other Feyvelian names, that doesn't sound like a very Feyvelian name. It's odd.
No,
Different
it,
area?
Yeah, clearly
It
a
was a-
traveller
it's
from a
a-
distant.
it's a mythos from another part that found its way to.
Oh, interesting.
But anyway, there is a way to go about it, and obviously I'm the one that's going to go about it that way.
I may be able to
Remind-
relax him first with a little humour.
No.
I think it's a great idea.
No!
Why?
You think a lot of things are great ideas.
Only when they're great ideas. So, Barty, you ready to tell some jokes?
No! Right.
Barty?
No one
don't
Why is
wanna
Barty
tell-
telling
support
jokes?
wanna
him
tell jokes.
except me.
Why is
Should we
Barty
also
telling
just
jokes?
like show him the stone that we have in our bag still?
Or we just say we are friends of Rayorin and that we came to ask him something.
I
It
think
is
we
that
just need to.
simple.
I think we need to go and do it on the spot.
And we know that he's a big drunk dragon.
So, right.
No, we
You see
don't
one of
know
the
that,
like a couple
he
of the
says
people from the
loudly.
Jester just look up like, what?
He
It's a
is a
nickname.
great
Yeah. No, it's not.
dragon of a man.
Right. Guys, listen to me. I think we wait here till he comes
You
in.
start talking quietly. They cannot hear you over the noise of the pub.
I think we wait until he comes in, we buy him a drink, sit down and say we are friends of Rayorin.
I still don't think here is a good place. We'd have to shout, and shouting is not very good for secrecy.
We also don't know that he's definitely going to be here.
Also true.
We don't need to... There's ways to say things without giving away secret. That still sounds like a normal fucking conversation.
I don't know why it
As
needs to be
much
a
as-
secret.
As much as I do agree with the sentiment, Elsie, I am aware that we are the Strangelings, and as a general group, we have not been the best at subtlety.
Yeah, you lot haven't.
Or you.
I was a spy, so I
This
don't
is
know what you're talking
why
about.
you guys all need to shut up, stand behind me, and be good little people whilst I deal with this.
Okay.
You're the boss.
Ray slams the tankard.
Good fucking job I am.
Alright.
I don't know how to be smaller than I am.
Well, I've heard that it's all about what you eat in what proportions.
That is
And-
vicious. That is vicious slander, and I won't stand for it.
I wouldn't know. This is what I've heard. It might be wrong.
It
You
is.
used to be small. How did you stay small?
Me? Never been massively into food.
Yeah. You disgust me.
Yeah, haven't we?
I thought we were friends.
Yeah, we are. But I can acknowledge your flaws as your friend. Your vast
Oh,
flaw.
Yep.
Well, to be fair, the grounds of my father's estate is quite large.
Oh, here we go.
Is that not what you were saying? My vast floor?
Ray starts shaping water with the ale. Just. Oh.
Would that separate the water from? Would you just end up with concentrated ale?
I
No,
think
because
it's like-
magic.
I'm going to put something separate to you. He's moving the water, and in the same way you can move water by pouring it. You don't pour and then it doesn't go. Or salty water, stuff like that. It's just all combined together. It's fine.
Water and alcohol aren't the same thing. Just saying.
That would be a hilarious way for the like bad guy of C3 is a guy who is using shape water as a cantrip every day, all day, to slowly remove fresh water from the ocean. So it slowly becomes like this bed of salt over thousands of years.
The real
That's,
enemy is global warming.
Oh no!
And this is
Every
the
time-
announcement that I'm writing the next season of Doctor Who.
Every time we teleport in the next campaign, it's not going to be dragons. It's going to be the world heats up by like half a degree.
No, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure it's
God.
going to be hardcore capitalism every time we teleport.
Anyway, I think everything is slightly awkwardly silent whilst Elsie's gone on her little bit of a rant. It's like, so we wait then?
I'll go get more drinks.
Yes,
Who,
we
who
wait.
wants the drinks?
Yes,
I'm
please.
still.
I
not
want a
drinking
drink.
mine.
Oh,
You
well,
sure?
I'll have yours then.
You can have mine. I'm not drinking it.
Cool.
I've only been pretending to drink it.
Why?
Why?
Right.
It's
I don't want to.
I
I
don't know what happens-
if we have to fight the big scary guy.
Why do you think we're gonna have to fight him?
Because we had to fight the last two
3.
not the last one,
No.
but the two before that. We had to fight the last two.
Apparently, this one is nice.
Yeah, this one's apparently nice. This one's apparently friends with Rayorin, and it doesn't want to kill us like the others.
Yes.
Well, we don't know that.
As far as we know.
Nice drunk people never get in fights.
I get more drinks.
You gotta get more drinks, same as before. Bring them back. Boom. How long do you wait?
As long as it takes.
As long as it takes. How long is as long as it takes? The whole
When
day?
does he turn
Wait.
up?
Later.
About 2 hours go by, and lots of patrons are coming in and out. And after a while, the crew of the Jester, you've had lovely conversation and stuff, but the captain stands up like, right, we must be leaving. We have somewhere to be. And they all say their goodbyes and wander off, leaving you on this huge table with a few drinks. Another
I'm
couple
just-
hours. Go for it.
I was just gonna say, guys, I'm just gonna put this out there. They're very trusting because they're all here. They didn't leave anyone on their ship. I almost would be willing to put money down that their ship has been stolen.
Well, they may have something on the ship to protect it, like a anti-theft system.
Do those exist?
I don't know. Maybe they have a lock on the wheel that means you can't turn it.
I
What?
didn't know boats had wheels. I thought.
What
they
city are we in, by the way, or town, or
hold
whatever?
them to the wall.
In Marina.
Thank you.
Lady
heard that
Saeed
Elsie's
had a
like,
security system.
Where are we?
No, Elsie knows. I don't. And I
Uh-huh.
was trying to put it in my notes.
Uh-huh.
Like we definitely could have been just like distracting them while someone stole the ship.
No, see, they probably have a security
know
system
us.
like Lady S did for her prison. Lady S had a giant snake.
Oh yeah, you should tell us what happened while you were away.
Oh, lots of things. Everybody in Fawnley died, including my parents. And
Oh.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Are you okay?
yeah, I'm not that bothered by it. So
Cold.
they kind of all
geez.
sucked.
Difficult family
Jokes.
then.
Why
Yeah.
did they all die? Did you murder all of them?
No,
What sort of
there was another
questions
group
that
there
to
that asked
ask?
me the same question. Like the whole time I was there, they thought that I was a murderer of the whole town. Very weird.
Did they have good reason to think you're a murderer of the whole town?
Yeah, like if they
They-
came across you in like just a field of corpses, I would.
Yeah,
I
like a
would
compromising
assume that-
position.
I'd assume that you were a murderer.
I had just arrived, and I was standing over the torn in half body of Lady Saeed, so I guess that's probably why.
That would probably do it.
Yeah, but there was a lot more bodies, and I don't know, I had just arrived. I would have been very
But-
quick.
If you didn't know us and came across us in a field full of bodies, you would think we'd done it.
Yeah.
And we probably would have.
I wouldn't jump to, I wouldn't jump to
I kind of
conclusions
think-
unless you like immediately attacked me and tried to make me part of the dead people.
Which
I
again
kinda
is
think that
something
you
we
did
would
do it.
probably do.
Just upon seeing like a random person, you'd immediately
I don't
attack them?
think we would.
We tend to do that.
No, we don't. When have we ever attacked a random person?
Another couple hours go by. Patrons coming in and out, and still you don't recognize anyone by the description of Mal.
Okay, it's been long enough. We should go to his place.
Oh, one
Can I get
day he
out from
breaks
standing
habits,
behind
huh?
you?
Is that a tacit admission that your way wasn't the best one?
I'm sorry, Felix. I didn't quite hear that. You start to get drowned out. Oh no, you don't want to repeat it? Oh, that's a shame. Let's go.
Siggis just turns to sort of whisper slightly down, just like, "Are you okay? You get very aggressive.
Fine.
There's a lot of aggression coming out currently."
Having been stood behind Elsie's chair this whole time, Pi says, "Can I get out from behind you now?
Wait, why are you behind me?
You told us to get behind you and be good little people, and since I couldn't do one of those things, I tried to do the others."
Oh, Bertie.
Is that a yes? My legs kind of
Yes.
hurt.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Let's stretch your legs. And I don't mean that literally. I mean, let's just go for a walk.
You wander outside. It's dark by now. The suns do set fairly early. There's still a lot of people around. The main town is all lit up by lights. Obviously, different boats are in from when they used to be. Your boat is still fine, just bobbing up and down. Where are you
definitely been.
You know where we're
taken over by
going?
pirates.
I'm just making sure. You start heading out of town, northeast.
Big house.
And it takes a good half an hour, maybe, to an hour of walking through the town. And as you get further and further out of the town, there's less houses, some of them nicer, some of them less nice, depending on sort of, you go through different areas.
Can we
But there's less
purposely
people
steer
around.
clear of the necromancer's house, please? Thank you.
Yes, you probably wouldn't go in that direction anyway. But there's less and less people as you get further and further out. And eventually, after about half an hour to an hour, maybe about 50 minutes, you walk to what can be considered the edge of town. Like, there's been 3 houses in the last 5 minutes of walking, and then there's just this very, very large house. It's not a massively interesting design. It's kind of mostly rectangular or cuboid in shape, except it's got the right-hand side and the left-hand side at the front are sort of brought forward ever so slightly. You know, the kind of style I mean. One big roof. Big gate in the front. The gate is swung open. Fairly nice garden in front, a bit overgrown, doesn't seem like it's been kept particularly well, and a big wooden door. There are a couple of lights on inside, dimly lit, but it's hard to tell if that's just lights on, if there's someone home, that kind of stuff.
Remember, guys, I'm the one doing the talking.
And we're not to mention that we know he's a dragon. Was that it?
Just don't talk.
No
Then you don't have
promises.
to mention anything. Ray, you know what? You're the one I trust the most, so you don't have to make
Oh.
promises.
Rude.
I'll pat Zegeth on the shoulder.
Elsie
was-
would just go knock on the door.
He was in
You
big
walk-
himbo
Whatever
mode.
it is.
So.
You walk through the gate. He's influenced by Barty. You
Yeah.
walk through the gate up towards the house, and you realize that these sort of pillars around the entrance are actually a sort of a faded red color. At one point, they may have been a really sort of bright, vivid red, but though there isn't damage to the pillars themselves, they don't seem rotten. It's not been done up in quite a while. You knock on the door. There's a big, metal knocker, thuff, 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 and you wait a minute or so. There's no answer.
I'm concerned, guys.
Why?
He didn't turn up to the pub. There is no answer, and if you look around, this house doesn't look like it's being looked after.
Does it look dilapidated or just
Not
unkempt?
dilapidated. It just doesn't have a coat of paint.
I'll take off and just slowly fly around the building, look through the windows.
You can see through some of the windows. It's fairly nice from what you can see in the rooms that you can see. Some of them seem completely empty. The rooms just haven't been decorated. Some of them, the curtains are closed. Some of them are just fairly boring enough. But there's only 2 or 3 of the windows that are actually sort of open and you can see into. And they tend to be on the upper floor, which...
So it looks like it's a house that's lived in, though.
Oh yeah, it definitely feels like one person lives in a very large house, so not all of the rooms are actually like sort of decorated because it's an excess.
I don't see any sign of life.
Not currently, no.
Can I try to open the door?
It is unlocked. It is just
That's-
open.
Yeah, I didn't want us to keep standing there going, how the fuck are we going to get in?
The door opens.
That's a very
It's-
fast thing to do.
It's a very heavy wooden door, and as you push it forwards, this sort of stone entranceway, you can see there's a couple scrapes where the door, obviously every time it opens, scrapes across the ground. Maybe the hinges are off, maybe it's just a badly made house, who knows. But you open it up, and the inside is actually fairly incredible to look at. Not because it's got incredible architecture or that kind of stuff, but just because the sheer amount of things piled around the rooms. It's all sorts of ancient artifacts and magic items strewn across the floor, piled up, hanging off each other, like a couple sets of armor with things hanging off them. Maybe one of the arms has fallen off from the fact that there was things on it. But through this sea of items, you can see that the entrance is fairly impressive in itself, with a large wooden staircase to the side and a corridor leading to all sorts of rooms. One thing you can hear in particular, probably Barty and Tao with your high perceptions, is a vague sound of snoring coming from further on in the same floor.
I believe someone is asleep inside.
He must have got really drunk yesterday.
can I suggest that if it in fact turns out that there is a person inside this house who probably owns this house and is asleep, that we leave the house that we've broken into because we know that the owner is there and wait for him to come out of his own accord instead of breaking into his house to demand something of him when he's
We
probably going to be quite
technically
hungover.
Ray walks toward the
We-
snoring.
We
You just walk
technically
up
haven't
forwards.
broken in, we just walked in, so I'm gonna go with Ray.
Yes. It's
Jack,
less
if you-
B. It's
you
less
stay
B
here
and E
for
and
now.
more E. Do you want me
What?
to stay? You want me to stay
E and
here?
E?
Yeah, you stay back here. Tav, you stay with him. Barty, you stay with him. Yeah, Felix, you stay with him. Me and Ray will just go forwards.
I think that's a bad idea in case there's danger ahead.
I think it's a great
Exactly why
idea
you are
because
to
Elsie
stay
thinks it's a
here.
good idea.
If Halsey wishes that to be the tactic, I'll just point out that if the dragon is surprised and attacks, we won't be able to help you.
And I am a
That's the
knoll.
whole point. Please stay here.
Okay. Wait. The point is that if you get attacked, you won't have allies to help you with the attack.
One, he is probably less likely to attack if there is less people there,
He's hungover.
especially if we don't look as threatening. And two, it keeps Zegith away from big nasty guy. So we're going by ourselves.
Zegith just has a frowning face but doesn't speak up.
Okay. Sure.
Elf and Ray, carry on.
You walk through the halls, and as you start walking through this hallway, this snoring is echoing across the stone walls. There's more stuff, paintings not hung up, but just on the ground. It's all very incredible stuff. In fact, you can gather that some of it is old, like really old. Some of it's really new, but none of it's particularly taken care of. Like a gauntlet just sort of sitting on the floor that looks really impressive and probably quite expensive, but it's obviously been dropped at some point. Like the thumb is bent off sideways. Things seem to be sort of just vaguely strewn about. Eventually, you lead through towards a rather impressive room where the snoring is coming from. Door is open. It's a large room with this huge fireplace. There's two red velvet armchairs in front. In one of the chairs is a figure who you'd assume is just over 6 foot or so, wearing an expensive low V-neck top and a waistcoat with piercings in both ears. Human. He wears a multitude of rings on both of these hands, the jewels for which are mostly green emeralds or some kind of green jewel, and encased in bronze-esque metal, bronze or copper. The face is kind of hard to see at the moment because he's got a slumped front first into the chair, face pressed against the back with his knees on the seat, kind of like he attempted to sit down at a certain point and kind of just like stumbled forwards, face against the back, just fell asleep, drunk.
The worst thing is I've found my stepdad in that situation before.
His arms are just loosely hanging down sideways, and one of which is just gently holding onto the top of a lute that's resting against the arm of the chair. You feel like a gentle blow of wind would knock that over, and he's just snoring, face up again.
Elsie will knock quite loudly on the door that's open. Mr. Merle?
You knock and he just suddenly skirts awake. The lute falls over and he just falls backwards off the chair, lying backwards. Oh!
I am so sorry.
Just
The
looks
friends of
sideways-
Rayoran.
Looks sideways at you, was just like, who the fuck are you?
We're friends of Rayoran.
I will, as usual, bring up a little little mini figure, just so you can have a little idea of what he looks like.
I'll send a message
love-
back
I
to the
love this
guys
figure.
waiting in the hallway and just say, he's fine. It's fine. You can.
Yeah, I would.
There's your wonderful image.
Oh, I love him.
Let me go back
Oh
to that.
God.
He's sort of still lying on
He
the
looks
ground,
like
just.
he looks like both Tulio and Miguel.
He's sort of just lying on the ground, just looking over. Obviously, a little blurry-eyed, just sort of rubs out his eyes, just like, oh.
Do you want
Oh.
help getting up, sir?
Oh, all right. What's the time? As he sort of like vaguely gets up, wanders over to the fireplace where there's a little table, just picks up a little tumbler of whiskey, pours himself a
Far
whiskey.
past the time you're normally at the bar, apparently.
Want a drink?
Well,
I think this one's a whiskey from like 2,000 years ago.
Well, we were
Aged
hoping
well.
we could talk to you, about some important stuff.
If you want to. Do you want some food? I really want some food.
Well, actually, if you're talking of food, Ray's called the rest of them over, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. I sent them all a message saying he's fine.
I mean, Zegeth would stay back unless the rest of the group is heading through.
If we've received a message to go through,
Then we'll go through.
I would go.
Yeah.
You'll sort of like appear in the doorway. It's like, oh, it's more of you.
Yes.
I've probably got enough food for the rest of you.
Well, I
Thank
was
you.
just about to say we have really good chefs.
I can order something if you want as well. I can get to the pubs. They deliver to me if I drop enough gold coins.
I've got a really good chef here.
Oh, it's fine if you want to just.
No, honestly, try his food. It's really, really good.
Sure. It's a weird thing to come into someone's house and be like, "Hey, we're gonna give you some food."
Trust
you-
me,
Are you a
not the
new
weirdest
business
thing.
in town? You're a delivery service? Because I probably will
No,
subscribe
we're
to you
not
if you
from
want to.
here.
I can
We're
only
being
do
really-
another.
Sir,
We're
We're
being
not
really
from
nice
here.
because
We're
we
from-
want something.
Yeah, we
My
need
business.
something from you.
I'm trying to give you my business.
Yeah, no, that's not the business we need. We are friends of Ray
Well,
Orin,
then you're a
and we
terrible
need your
food
help.
delivery company.
I don't care about food.
Well, then
Will
you're-
you just listen
Then
to
obviously
me?
you're a terrible
That's
delivery
just
service
not
company. You've got to care about your product if you're going to sell it to people.
That's not our fucking product. Will you just listen to me? I am friends with Ray Orin, and we need your fucking help.
Did you say Ray Orin?
Yes, I've said it like 10 times.
Multiple times.
Wow. She wants my help now, does she?
No, she
Ah.
doesn't. She's helping us, and we need your help.
All right, calm down.
No, I will not calm
Sip
down.
of his whiskey.
My family and my life is in jeopardy unless I have your help.
All right. Just take your breath now. Would you like a drink?
Yes,
I'll take one.
He goes over, grabs another couple of tumblers. They're obviously like fine crystal or something. They've got this extra sparkle to them. And he pours a couple. Anyone else? Hands them over. The whiskies over to you guys.
I would be pleased to try a little.
It's a third for you.
Yes, please.
Fourth. Party. Sort of looks at you.
He will go over to Ray. Ray, have you got the bag of holding on you? Obviously.
Yeah, I still have it.
Okay, I
But
will
did you want that
reach
back?
in and look around for the Dreamer's Memory whiskey, if it's still there.
Yeah, it would be in there.
I will pull that out and show it to him.
Why?
Right? I'm offering you a drink. Is he hard of hearing?
I think he got dropped on the head as a kid.
Oh, right. He's a mute.
Oh,
It's fine.
Oh,
Don't worry
oh,
about it.
No, he talked.
giving you a drink.
unfortunately.
Elsie told me
him
I couldn't talk, so I don't want to.
Hmm.
I'm by. I just thought, you're offering us a drink. We should be polite and.
My
This
house.
is the,
I'm
ni- this is the
offering you.
nicest whiskey we have.
He just pulls the
Uh,
whiskey and hands it to you.
Okay. Do you want one of these? Because
No.
it's the nicest
I'd
one
like
that we
it.
Go
have.
back in the bag, please.
Okay.
Just come through this way. And he just walks through one of a different one to what you came into what is evidently a much larger sort of lounging rooms, many more sofas, another fireplace that isn't lit, but it's just more places to sit down. And takes a seat, drops his drink down on a little table next to him. Says, if you're mentioning the name Rowan, then you're probably quite serious.
Yeah, just a little bit.
we were just
I
attacked by.
don't know if serious is a word that would describe us super well all the time.
The city of
That's weird.
Veluna was just attacked by Starkram and Ancient Green Dragon.
Starkram. That bastard.
Yeah, it was.
Right.
Ray
But I can't hear you.
wants to finally deal with Starkram.
Yeah, Verum is with him.
I know the types. And by finally, you mean finally again. It's never something that goes down well.
Yeah, it didn't go down well last time either.
Well, it'll be more fun than this shithole. I'm Merle, by the way.
Wait.
You probably worked that out.
Nice to meet you, I'm Ray.
Right?
I'm Elsie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Tav.
You're a big one.
Tavis Marialis. Call me Tav.
Don't see many ASMR on the mainland.
No, we have moved from our ancestral home to Veluna.
Huh?
That's it.
Points at
That's it.
This
Felix.
is Ben.
Hi, I'm Felix, but I don't
Bit-
normally look like this. I'm not called Ben.
Felix.
Not bad.
I've not seen many novels.
I'm
Friendly
not
ones.
normally a null.
He's technically not a null. He's a
I-
null, but he's not a null.
I'm not going to make judgments. I'm not normally a human. Well, actually, no. These days, I am normally a human. It's kind of gross. No offense.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's
it's-
Zegeth.
it's-
He didn't introduce
pretty
himself,
gross.
but that's Zegeth.
He just waved. Well, where are we going?
Veluna.
Ooh, Beluna. That's the one.
I'm so sorry. I
Yes,
genuinely thought Greg was going to bring what looks to be that globe back, and it be a globe
Right
of
here.
gel and point to.
Man, what would you do if I had a globe of gel?
I would be super
That'd be
impressed.
So cool. I would want one.
Well,
Merch?
I should probably more introductions. I'm Merle. I'm a dragon. You know that, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah, I'm 12,004 years old as of a week ago.
Happy birthday.
And I'm most likely drunk right now. It gets hard to tell when you've not been sober in a while.
Yeah. We also need to go find Ilya?
Yeah, you in touch with any of the others?
Gonna go find Hila. Hila.
Hi. Okay. I etched it in a weird way. Etch it. You do it every time, so I got ahead of you.
I didn't even register that until you made noise.
You're gonna go see Hila, are you? Well, you'll have a harder time getting her involved, but right.
Are you on good terms with her?
We haven't spoken in about 1,000 years. But
But
not
is
because
there-
we're not on good terms, just because we don't chat that often.
Is there any chance you can help us convince her?
I can try.
Any help is better than nothing.
I'm not convinced I'll be much more help than on your own, but I can pop along.
Sounds good. Yeah, after that, Ryoran mentioned Ixel and Manji, but, how the fuck do you say that?
Excellent Manny.
Manji, okay. Yeah.
Ixel, he's a bastard. If Starkram's making a move, then he's probably on his side. Ixel, no, that's the other one. Manny, she could be grumpy. I've not had much of a chance to talk with her. Mostly
if
gets
she's-
all grumpy about this is my ice cave, and don't come into my ice cave, and always I'm going to stay in my ice cave. Grumpy.
I kind of figure if she's staying in Hybris, she probably wants to be left the hell alone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, worth a try anyway, probably.
Probably.
So we go
Right.
then.
Well, I'll get some stuff together. I should probably practice changing back into a dragon. It's been a while, and as much as I'm sure you love your tiny, useless humanoid forms, they're not great for battle.
I mean, Lance, be alright for battle.
Alright,
Used to it.
help yourself to food or drinks or whatever. I'm gonna
Alright.
go put some stuff together, and he just stumbles out of the room.
That was easier than I thought it would be.
He seems
that-
pleasant.
And at that point, we'll have a break because it is past.
Precisely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
10 minutes, and we shall be back with
20 of the 5 past.
exactly 25 past. We'll be back, and you'll have dragons on your side finally.
Dragons
finally
and
again.
a cup of coffee.
Finally,
Finally
again.
again.
Finally again.
Just like Starkram dying. Finally again.
Uh-oh. Finally again.
Uh-oh.
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 Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So,
Hey.
you alright?
Mm-hmm.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
The more you ask, are you sure, the less okay I am.
Wow, alright, well, fine.
Nobody likes being badgered like that.
I mean, maybe. No, nothing to say.
No?
You have dragon.
We have a dragon.
Badgers do. Badgers like being badgered like that.
I don't think so.
I'm not. I don't know. I see. I don't think I'm well enough informed to make any kind of comment.
Well, now you are. See? You've learned something new.
Have I?
That's a good point.
Ooh.
Oh, what the
Why
heck?
is it like this? Why is it so slow?
Maybe you just have to close and open.
What happened there?
Yes.
What's going on?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Why is Purdy starting the beginning of the classic song Crazy Frog?
What's going on? Oh, it's not the song Crazy Frog. That's what's the actual?
Axel F. It's,
Axel
Still
F.
slow as fuck.
I feel it. I feel it.
Meh, meh.
A simpler time.
Yeah. That and the Gummy Bear song.
Oh, I'm a gummy bear. Yes, I'm a gummy bear.
Oh, yummy, wummy, gummy bear. Oh, wow.
Anyway, shall we get back to the?
young kids these days with their Nyan Cat, eh? We're the
I
real
know.
OGs.
I was gonna say
There we
Nyan
go.
Cat is not young kid. That's the same age-ish.
No,
No,
no.
it's not.
Nyan
It's
Cat was
like-
years after those.
But it's still like not young kids. That's still like 10 years ago.
No, you'll think, yeah, I mean, yeah, but, you know, we're
I
talking
mean, yeah, but.
Crazy Frog, it's got to be 15 years at least.
Nyan Cat is from
Longer than that.
2011.
Nyan Cat.
Yeah, 2011. I was 17.
Fucking hell. Crazy Frog is 2003.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh my god.
God.
These
Yeah,
things
that
are
was
not
when
the same.
that was when I
Crazy-
joined Solihull.
I thought it was like 3 or 4 years before, not
No.
No.
Something to be similar to Crazy Frog in that kind of line, you've got to be thinking of like the Numa Numa guy.
Hang on, I'm going to have to look up Crazy Frog.
But I mean, 2011 is still 10 years ago for Nyan Cat.
Yeah.
Crazy
Yeah,
Frog.
but you're talking almost 20 years ago for Crazy Frog.
That is
Oh.
very upsetting.
Can we
I-
stop
double
talking about time?
generational
I was just
divide.
making a comment of you saying these young kids with their Nyan Cat
Yeah.
when it's not.
That's a
They're still
generational
young
divide.
kids compared to us.
I reckon you'd probably find a decent amount of divide there between, like, and being able to split out millennials versus Gen Z on
Yeah.
Crazy Frog and Nyan Cat.
I think like proper millennials wouldn't really have done Crazy Frog either, though. Like
What?
generations of
Yeah. Yeah, because we're
What
I'd
the
just
hell
like
are
to
you
point
talking
out
about?
we're
millennials are
young
like
millennials.
80s kids.
Older
We're-
millennials would be
80s.
40, yeah, they'd be 40 now.
Yeah,
I'd
so
just
they
like to
would've been
point
Same
out
with
that
Crazy Frog.
so they
there
would've
are
been
people
20
who-
when Crazy Frog came out. I don't know.
there are people
what's
who
that?
are currently legally able to buy alcohol who were born after Crazy Frog happened.
Oh yeah,
Nyan Cat.
even in America.
Yeah. Wait,
No.
really? Yeah. shit.
Even in
Oh, wow.
America,
No.
People
not
who
after
were
No, not in
born-
America. Oh yeah.
After,
Oh my God.
yeah, no.
21
years.
in America.
But even
Right.
in America, people who are legal this year to buy alcohol were born in the new millennium.
yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the new millennium. I've forgotten just how many years you've got to set your
There are
clock back
people-
to go to America.
There are people in there are people in the US military who have never witnessed Crazy Frog. Put it that way.
Oh yeah.
If there are people in the U.S. military who haven't witnessed Yankamp, probably. Anyway,
Listen to it. Such a
Let's
long
get
People in,
time.
the, people in the US military who haven't witnessed sentience, so
That's just a side effect from growing up in the States. It's like,
so
I
let's
was gonna
just
say,
let's just
which
move
state are you
away
going to
from.
single out there, and you chose to go with all of them?
yeah,
Can you give me a countdown? Let's just get on with this damn.
I'm not sure I
episode.
want to.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. You know I won't ya. You know you want me.
I was trying to remember what that song, what song that was from.
I want to say
That's
that's Pitbull.
Pitbull, isn't it?
It is Pitbull. Of course, it is Mr. International. Absolutely.
But Pitbull probably wasn't singing it because all he ever seems to do in songs is go, "What?" and that's about all I've ever heard him do.
Yeah.
Does Jason Derulo still sing his name before his
Jason
songs, or was that just a
Derulo.
one-time thing?
I don't think so. I think he's grown out of that.
Everyone, shut up. Let's just get
Jason
on with this.
Derulo is eternal. To be fair, it's what the Eternals is about. Jason Derulo.
Yeah, I was surprised at that.
Shut up.
I thought it would have.
Just
To be fair, it did have Harry Styles in it, so
Spoiler alert.
it's not a spoiler. Anyway,
All right, 3, 2, 1. Do you have the time?
Excellent.
hello and welcome to Dice Breakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are Greg, Purdy, Mark, Simon, and Joe, my wonderful players. How is everyone doing today? I paused there a second because my brain was like, should I say Greg, Purdy, Mark, Simon, Joe, and Jason Derulo? But I thought that just wouldn't fly as a joke.
I wondered if you were just.
I'm disappointed that you
regretting
didn't.
Losing the opportunity of not calling Simon Ben.
Yeah, but Simon isn't Ben. Felix is.
Felix. is
Neither is Felix, but yeah.
Before the break, the Strangelings went over to Hin Marina in the efforts to find a dragon in humanoid form. They spoke to a few people, including the crew of their old friends, the Jester, and the port. What do you call him? The port captain-y, what's he called, man?
The Harbour Master.
Harbour Master, who were
His
helpful
Harbour
enough-
Master's ship.
were helpful enough to lead them over towards the pub in which the old
Yeah.
vessel in which they might find. Well, they had a little talk with a couple of the patrons of the pub who said, well, he might arrive, he might not, he tends to be drunk, but did give them the location of his house. After waiting for 4 or 5 hours in the pub and coming to a conclusion that he ain't coming, they moved to the edges of town to the gigantic mansion, that of Merle. Walked inside, found him completely pissed out of his mind and asleep, or at least hungover out of his mind and asleep, and managed to convince him to come with them to help Riorin to save the world? Sounds about right. You didn't actually do much, did you? You are currently sitting
Jumped in a
on
pub.
some rather comfy chairs in the middle of Merle's house, what you assume is Merle's house, as he has gone upstairs to collect things together, whatever he said he was going to do, before he comes down ready to go into the night.
When he said help yourself to whatever you want, that does
Mhm.
not mean any of his gold or artifacts or anything like that.
I was
Just
just
making
about
you
to
guys
ask
aware.
that. He said food and drink or whatever.
Yeah, that he did not mean that. I am pretty certain of that.
Can Ray poke around for something really shiny?
Where are you poking around?
I don't know, just like taking a walk through the house, looking at.
There's a lot of house to walk through.
Yeah.
Sure, you can walk out into the main hallway. Are you looking for just shiny?
Cool and shiny.
Cool.
I'm gonna cast-
Ice.
I don't know.
Ice is
Take
pretty
magic
shiny.
and do something
Well,
similar for
so-
magical stuff.
So ice.
I said that.
Give me a investigation, and
luck.
you want to do a magical vision.
Yeah, so I've cast detect magic, and then
Oh,
I'm
shit,
gonna
yeah.
see what is magical around.
I have
mean, a
these
lot of the
goggles
stuff.
now.
A lot of the stuff is magical. Like a lot
Okay.
of the stuff is magical.
In that case, I would like to look for specifically evocation and abjuration schools of magic.
Again, there's like I want to clarify. It looks like a bit like a hoarder's house. There's just stuff piled and piled and piled. There'd be plenty of stuff that's to do with evocation, plenty of stuff that's to do with abjuration. Just
16.
hanging around. 16. The shiniest thing that you can find as you're walking through the hallway, you go back to the main entrance, and sort of just like placed on top of some kind of pedestal that has like a painting of a red eye on it, just sitting on top of it, evidently not a part of the same thing, is this. It's rather small, but very, very, very reflective or refractive green gem. Like it really catches your eye as you look around. The sort of thing, when someone like makes their phone shine lights in your eyes. It's that kind of bright. If you're standing in the wrong position.
Can I make an Arcana check on the pedestal to reveal information about the object of which I can see, which I now have advantage on because of these goggles of object reading that was given
Go for it.
my little adventure there? So, one of them was a 1, and the other one was a 2. So, 7.
Kid don't know what it is.
Thank heavens for your advantage.
Is Merle anywhere around?
Give me a perception.
And then I roll a 19 when I just do that. 25.
You can't see him. He went upstairs, you assume, because that's sort of where he said he was going to go. You are next to the stairs. You cannot see him currently.
Okay,
what kind of dragon, sorry, was Merle supposed to be?
You were told
bronze?
that he was a bronze dragon.
Yeah. I remember something.
Does bronze oxidize and turn green?
No, copper.
Copper.
I was just thinking. There's a lot of green here.
I'm gonna keep it in mind and ask him if I can have it later.
Sure. So, are you taking the gem or the thing or anything, or just walking back?
Walk back.
Just walking back. And, Barty, are you
I will
to-
just. I'll make notes if of whatever seems most magical, especially abjuration and evocation. Like if something looks to be like abjuration, it's just like a self-cleaning, vacuum equivalent. Not bothered about that. Things that look like they could be helpful to us.
There's a lot of stuff. It's rather overwhelming in terms of trying to identify each of them individually. You could spend a while, but it would take a while to go through each of the things and note down. You probably find a couple of things that don't seem particularly useful, lower level stuff. Some of the extra shiny stuff. There's part. I think with your. I guess you wouldn't know what they do with your. You're not doing identifying.
No, it's just it tells me the School of Magic. So if you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and you learn its School of Magic, if any.
Okay, so the most powerful thing of what you're looking for, evocation. It is evocation. It's just kind of a hexagonal plate, as in metal plates, with fairly worn down, basic design, kind of Celtic, but like. Celtic tends to be quite tight and a lot of design. It's kind of just not much. Maybe that's because it's worn down and maybe it was never particularly intricate. But it's shining pretty bright. Just this grayish metal plate.
Cool. And is there something similar for abjuration?
There's nothing that powerful. The most powerful thing for abjuration. Let me.
That's like shielding and stuff like that.
Yeah, I just want to bring. Oh, hang on. Abjuration in the English Commonwealth. Let's go for D&D.
The heck is abjuration?
Oh, there you go. Blocks management. There is a little marble. It's sort of bluishy green in color. Only like a couple of inches in diameter. That's sort of just sitting on a little shelf. It's just got a lot of abjuration. It doesn't look particularly fancy. It looks like it would be a marble. It's not like swirling magic inside. It's just static glass, maybe.
Okay. Thank you. And then I'll just wait for Merle to get back.
You head back to the comfort of the...
Yes.
5 or 10 minutes later, in walks Merle, who's just sort of stretching as he comes in. He's obviously tied himself up a little bit. He's combed his hair back. Given a little bit of a shave, the sort of stubble is more neat and tidy now. You don't know if he actually physically did this or if it's just, he's recast his change of form, but he looks a lot neater and looks a lot less drunk as well as he walks in, a lot more standing up straight, less stumbling, less slurring. And he walks in and he says, "Great. Ready if you are."
Yeah, there was a really shiny green gem on a really suspicious pedestal down the hallway there. What's that do? Just really nice?
You're talking about the. So what's the pedestal? What does it look like?
There was like a red eye on the pedestal.
Right. Yes. Well, it's a display pedestal. If you activate it, you can have like something small sort of floating in it. But whatever you have floating in it does become cursed. And then after you touch the cursed object, you're cursed yourself because it gets bound to you and all that kind of stuff. I don't know why it exists. I think I found that. It was a long time ago, maybe a few hundred years ago, over the other side of the world.
So you found it with the pedestal, and you took the whole pedestal, and the gem was just there, or you?
Oh, the
did
gem's nothing
curse?
to do with the pedestal. The gem, I don't remember what that does. It's kind of shiny.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I think that one might be the one. I think if you put that inside of, well, you doesn't really want to put it inside of, but it's quite good at blinding people. And I mean, like actually blinding them rather than like, oh, it's kind of bright. I mean, like if you use this magic, it'll sort of,
Ray,
That's
you
useful.
didn't pick it up, did you?
Do I look cursed to you?
Don't answer that. It's a trick.
Well,
You did say, Mel, to help ourselves to food and drink and whatever. Did you mean things that are like items and stuff that are lying around that might help us?
No, you're not allowed to take stuff from my hoard.
Okay,
I
just thought we
told
should
you that
clarify
already.
I just thought it was worth clarifying, just because I had a couple of questions about some things. I've
Normally-
not picked them up. I've left them where they were.
Normally, when people offer you food and drink in their house, do you ask them whether you could just take
And
things
whatever.
that are in their house?
I've never been offered things by a dragon. I didn't know if it was a literal thing or.
Well,
I think dragons are fairly
take
well
it
known
this
for not
way.
wanting people to take their
Yeah.
stuff.
dragons are less
I-
likely to share than anybody else. So why would you think that they would share?
I don't know if that's a stereotype or not. We've met 1.5, 2 dragons that we've actually spoken to. I don't know if Stahl counts. as
Well,
a dragon.
I am so sorry.
I was just wondering, you've got like this octagonal plate with some like runic stuff on it and
Yes.
like a marble. I was just wondering what they were because they were very powerful in evocation and abjuration.
Why does this matter?
I was just curious. Just if I see
Please
another
tell
one
me.
somewhere. No, I don't have it on me. I left them where they were. You can go and have a look. I was just wondering if I see another one, like, well, then I'll know what it does.
The marble
Right.
banish people. The plate, I think it's just a defensive barrier if you set it up correctly. If you do it wrong, you'll probably explode.
Okay, well, I already kind of have those things, so that's fine.
Ray, please tell me you didn't take the gem.
I didn't take the gem.
What? How do you? What's the thing that you do? To
Insight.
Yeah. Oh fuck! I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. Okay. Natural 20.
I didn't take the gem.
You recognize truth.
The one thing is, I don't trust Greg right now.
You heard.
Oh, you think I
Alex-
messaged Alex or something and was like,
In-game.
I'm taking the gem?
Well, oh,
It wouldn't surprise
wait,
me.
did you not mean the message? The natural 20, you know Ray very well. In game, Elsie is convinced that this is the truth.
Okay. Out of game, Purdy is not convinced that Greg is telling the truth.
Are you going to sit around or are we going to leave?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Nice.
Literally, Elsie's up and out.
Yeah, you leave. He goes in back through the study, picks up his loot, sort of puts a little strap on so it's on his back, and then wanders to follow. Is anyone else sticking around inside, or you're going to go outside as well?
Do you want us to wash up these tumblers that you gave us before we
It's
go,
fine.
or Do you have like a coaster you want us to put them down on?
Just
Or...
leave it wherever.
Ray looks
Honestly, Mel, I
back up
really
towards the
do
gem.
apologize for the group.
It's right. I'm used to. It's
And
fine.
I know you're probably asking yourself, are these people the people that are trying to save the world? And the answer is yes.
Greg, what did you say about the gem?
Ray looks back up towards the gem before heading out.
Oh, okay. I just heard gem and I was like, don't even. Just don't even.
Tabby's going to take his notebook out again.
You're all standing outside now.
Give to Merle and say, I see that you have a loot.
Cut to 2 hours later, the burning remains of the mansion.
I do have a loot.
I once tried to play the lute by ear, but it made the side of my head sore.
Right.
That was
I haven't heard that one
excellent.
before.
I love that.
He's a little note in his book. Many thanks.
Please don't encourage
he
him.
shuts the door, puts his hand up against what you now realize was invisible before. When he puts his hand up, a little sigil sort of lights up, and then he pauses a second, whispers something under his breath, and just sigils light up around the entire house, like small sigils, no bigger than maybe the size of a dinner plate, just cover it over, sort of in a wave, and then disappear again. Like, right, time to go.
Is it still there, or have you moved it? Because if you can move your hoard around, Rayoran probably could really use that.
He just looks at his house. He's like, still there,
But the stuff inside it,
still there.
still okay. I was just
Elsie's marched off. She's done with this shit.
Are you going to call for the ship to come to you, or are you going to walk through the hour through the city? It's late, late afternoon. It's coming on to the evening time.
We're walking the hour.
Just take the
Really?
walk.
You just walk through the town. Well, doesn't say much as he's walking through. I think a couple people walk past. He sort of waves at them. It seems a lot of people definitely know Merle. A couple look confused that he isn't stumbling around drunk, but he's he just keeps walking through.
How long have
Any
you been in this
conversations?
city?
In this city, 326 years, 13 days, and as it would currently stand, an extra, what does it be, 20 hours?
You've got
How
a really
have
good
they
sense
not
of time.
questioned why you're still here?
What does it mean, why am I still here?
Well, your
Your
form is human.
Hmm.
They don't live that long.
Oh, wait, other people don't question.
Yeah,
Lots of strange stuff comes through this town. No one seems to bring it up.
fair enough.
Anything
Listen-
strange like a kraken?
Oh yeah, do you know
No.
anything about the Kraken?
Okay.
I mean, I've heard of a couple krakens in my time. I've been around a long time. I don't know him personally.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
pretty sure one has the necrotic stone of a god in its belly, so.
The what? The hoot of a who?
Yeah, you heard me.
Right.
Have you heard of with strange things coming through? There's a great monster hunter. His name is Bixley Phil. Have you heard of him?
No.
I'll just pat Zegeth on the shoulder again.
Right. Is it going to be like this the whole way? Because I swear I'm just going to...
I am really, really sorry, but probably.
Right.
I can try and alleviate your frustration with humor if you wish.
That's right. I'm thinking I
please
might
do.
it might be better if I go see Rayoran on my own first, whilst you go and get...
Yeah. Maybe. However,
then.
are you not willing to help us get? Because I think with this lot, I'm gonna need all the help that I can get, and I would be very, very thankful if you can help me.
Why are you acting like you're so superior? You're just as annoying as the rest of us.
Help you with what?
Getting Hyla.
Oh, I mean, like I said, I can help. I annoy the fuck out of her, so...
Or maybe we should say that we're getting
Them.
her first then.
Oh, you'll fit right in then.
Them first.
I'm going to retrospectively go back for all of the hers and she's being thems and things.
Okay. Maybe we should tell them that we went to get them first and that we're getting you afterwards then.
Say that again. Sorry.
Well, if you annoy them, then they might be less willing to come and help us if they're going to go to Rayora and you're already there. So maybe we should be like, oh yeah, we came to get you first, and then we're going to go get Mel.
Do whatever you want. I'm Merle.
Yeah, but I'm saying, would that help?
Oh, to them.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Would they care?
Yeah.
It's been a while. They might. I don't think it's going to make too much of an effect, considering they're quite. They always help out Rayoran when called. I mean, I do too, but you know, except for the one time.
What is it about you that annoys them so that we can avoid doing that?
Oh, my brain.
Oh, we're
Elsie, you should go alone.
That's fine then. We don't have brains.
we shouldn't go on this one.
we're absolutely fucked.
Wait, sorry. Just to clarify, why are you fucked?
We all have brains.
You've met this lot.
Yeah, she doesn't like my hyper intelligence.
Oh shit, we're even more fucked.
It's the reason I'm drunk all the time, because it just makes it bearable being around people that aren't quite so, you know.
Fascinating.
That's such a clever idea.
I don't know who we should send then. I don't want to insult anyone.
We should probably send Zegeth.
I mean, I know I'm stupid at the moment, but that's not probably going to help.
It's extremely offensive, but I can go if you want.
It was a joke because you're clearly not
Why?
the one that.
Why is it offensive?
It's called me an idiot.
Well, I guess Elsie should go then.
I should point out that Tav's got his book out again. He's writing stuff down while this is all going on. A joke.
We should just go.
Have you tried the one about the chicken crossing the road?
Oh fuck! He just
No.
looked up a list of shitty jokes. Oh fuck!
No, I just remembered them all.
No, you
Just wondering if
didn't.
he's. Wondering if he. me as Alex. No, I haven't got any page open right now.
I have.
It's a great show. Most people love it, right? Why did the chicken cross the road?
Because it wanted to.
To get to the other side.
This is humour, yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hilarious. Most people find it hilarious.
Write that down in the book as well. I'll experiment with this at some later stage. Thank you.
You're welcome. And he walks off ahead. After a little bit of a while, you get back to the port. It's less busy, but still fairly busy. It seems like people are mostly, having dinner or whatever. It's got to that sort of a time. But there's still a couple of, people going on to different ships and such. And as you walk up, of course... Simon's just... Oh, there he is. As you walk up, he just looks at all the ships. He's like, which one's yours?
The
Elsie
flying
just
one.
went to
She's not flying at the moment, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, flying.
The one that does fly. The one without the sail.
Right.
This one over here.
And he just walks over towards it, walks up on board, and you see Captain Bertain is just like,
Oh.
can I help you? I'm here with them. He looks back. Are you following on?
Yeah, I'm following you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm here with them. They'll explain it. He just goes down into the...
He's a dragon.
Right.
Oh, he might be super interested to talk to you about the engines though, because you and Patano are pretty smart. And he likes smart people, it seems.
He's
Or
just
he may
gone
get
down.
hammered.
To be fair,
You might be
Bertain
interested to
probably
learn about the engines.
isn't that surprised because this is the second dragon he's had on the ship.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, another one.
It's just standard at this
Are
point.
we setting off?
Yes. Does anyone remember where to?
Yes.
Dina,
Not me,
Epharaoh,
obviously,
Can
but
we
somebody.
can we go to Hydra so I can get
Yeah,
a
what
body
we're
that
going
isn't
to
a
Hydra
null?
next.
Hydra.
To Hydra.
Is it Hydra?
Yay.
Is that where?
It's where we're going to go and murder Felix.
Wait, hold up.
We're going to order a new body for Felix.
Yay.
Yeah, the standard.
Yeah.
The standard.
Marina
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Hydras.
I'm looking at the wrong thing. I was like,
Sorry,
why
my-
is the
Can't
apparently
read my handwriting.
town
Apparently,
doesn't exist?
the dragon in Hydra is called Mange.
There we go.
Mange? Mange.
So you, I mean, the ship sort of he reverses it. Not many ships can reverse, which is fun, but he reverses it out because the engines can go sort of backwards and goes back out into sea a little bit and just pop into the air, launches off. This trip, you would be aware, will take probably the better part of the day. 8 to 9 hours. So you got a while.
Hey,
I will
Hey.
long rest.
There's definitely enough time for a long rest. It's late in the evening, so you already know it'll be very early in the morning by the time you get to Hydra. So it's up to you guys what you guys do. Well, it's not later in the evening, it's early in the evening, but yes. In fact, actually, if it's early in the evening, let's say 5-ish, 8 hours from then, it's like midnight. It's not, but it's just past.
where's practicing the fiddle?
Yeah, I think you're practicing the fiddle.
Beg your
Where,
pardon?
where are you practicing the fiddle?
On deck.
In your own bedroom, hopefully.
On deck, just sort of as you're going along, just plucking ahead. And as you're plucking at the strings, I'm sure a few of you are asleep as well, getting a long rest. Merle comes up from the down, sort of looking around, clocks on that you're the one playing the strings. Do you keep playing as he walks over, or do you stop?
Mhm.
You
In
do
my
keep
own
playing.
brain. Yep.
You keep playing.
Ha ha
and
ha ha! Sex joke. Ha 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 ha!
I'm not laughing at the sex joke. I'm smiling at the cat noises.
yeah, I don't think anyone was making a sex. That's the second one. Greg's just like trying to
I
anticipate.
was making a sex joke to start with, but then I was
Yeah.
laughing at the cat noise.
You keep playing.
Yeah.
And he walks over and he sort of just sits down on the floor, leaning up against the side of the ship, and just sort of listens for a bit until you stop. He's obviously just enjoying the music. He's got the whole one leg up with his elbow on top of it, just appreciating. I'm assuming at some point you stop. We'll just keep
No,
playing.
keep going.
forever
8
and
hours.
Ever. And ever.
No, so. In a minute.
It's been a while. Very nice. Good at playing.
Thank you.
It's good to hear another skilled musician.
There's actually 2 skilled musicians here. One's in Miami,
There is?
though.
Right?
And I don't know if you are. I mean, do you want to play?
I don't have my. I didn't bring it up with me, but I like to play. I have quite a lot of practice over the years.
I imagine. 100 years to practice? Must be incredible.
Well, I mean, I only picked it up after after about 8,000 years. The whole transforming into a human thing, I had to learn that quite late on, so I didn't have fingers for quite a while.
Fair enough.
Sorry if I was snappy before. It's difficult when there's a lot of people around and a lot of ignorance flying through the air.
Yeah, we're all really annoying as well.
I know. Yeah.
We all have our quirks.
I don't spend a lot of time with the same people. I sort of don't make close connections that often. Not that I am with you, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's worth doing. I'd recommend it.
You live long enough and it's difficult.
Yes.
Anyway,
go ahead.
it's not about
Tell me
me.
something else.
You don't sleep?
Don't need to.
Fair enough. Where you from?
Hey, Val. Whole other world.
Cool. Transported on purpose or by accident?
Both. I was initially
Okay.
sent here as a spy. And then I went back home find my girlfriend, and then we purposely came back here. So now,
Cool.
where are you
I don't mind me too
originally?
much if you. Oh,
Oh,
but where am I
where-
originally from?
Yeah.
I don't actually know where I was born. I think over in Shen, but it's been such a long time. I've lived in about say 7 or 8 countries, about 15 times each. I move around.
Seems like you have a really good memory, though. You remember the number of hours that you lived in Hin Marina?
Well, I can remember that. The brain's strong, you know. But going back to 1,000 years, that's a lot.
Oh. I'm gonna get
If you
back
wanna
to
keep-
playing.
If you want to keep playing, I'll just sit here if you don't mind.
Sure.
I should probably at some point actually transform back into a dragon.
Stretch out the wings.
Between you and me, it's not something It's something I've been avoiding. There's a lot of expectation. When I'm a human, people look at me different, and it's not necessarily a bad thing.
I get that.
When I'm a big dragon, it's like, oh, you're going to save the world and stuff. It's like, well, I don't want to. You know, Starkrim's back and he's going to kill everyone. Oh, it's again, same thing. It's like we've done this back and forth like 7 or 8 times now.
Like in this exact same way where Rayoran finds a group of people to help fight against Starkrim and...
Not this exact way. Usually she comes over and asks for my help, and we're like, yes, we'll get the band back together and do the fight for whatever's happening.
Okay. This time you have us, so... We haven't lost yet. Completely.
Hopefully it helps. I mean, their battle's been going on for years. You know, I don't know if she told you how old she is, but it's older than me.
I'm not sure if she remembered the exact age. I think she said something very, very old.
As far as I can figure, she's upwards of 16,000 years. Probably a lot more.
Yeah.
She's been around a while.
Did you have any idea about the real gods?
Real gods?
The Rainbow Belt?
No.
Weird.
Sorry, I got no idea what you're talking about.
No, that's fair. Just interesting. Kind of what this whole fight is about. Starkrim's teamed up with one of the original gods. You have to stop him.
Cool.
Otherwise,
I mean, not
something-
cool, but you know.
Yeah.
Cool.
Starkrim's an asshole.
That's true. That's true.
Alright.
It's a bit of like a awkward pause.
Back to playing.
Nice. At a certain point when you're sort of playing, maybe like you I mean, do you play anything like classic, or is it all sort of improvised, or?
Played, I mean, classic things from Fable.
Fair enough. If you're sort of doing things that obviously he wouldn't recognize, I think at a certain point he just starts like humming a tune along. Obviously, no words because he doesn't know, and it's definitely not whatever the original song would be over the top of what you're playing. But he's just humming something that's definitely like very in tune. It seems he's very like he's very impressively musically talented. And it's actually quite a nice little combination of him humming along some very like clean notes and all that kind of stuff as you go through the night. As the night comes to, it'd be, well, about 1 a.m. or so, a lot of you, I'm assuming, rested for 8 hours or so, or at least a little bit less. The ship comes to a fairly sharp break, as you're used to, as you fly over the top of Ferron Minor, or more specifically Hydra, which, as you remember, is a very big and sort of fancy-looking city with this train line, above-ground sort of monorail-style train line going throughout the city, big buildings, bustling city style. And it is the middle of the night, but you can see some people moving about, the city that never sleeps style. I believe you'd be pulling into, now, see if I can get all my information correct, you'd be pulling into somewhere in the south. I believe it was what's called the Sawmill, or somewhere around that sort of south side. There's the big ship port or airship port that you've been to before. In fact, where you had the engines for your current ship added
Pinion
onto
point.
your. There you go, pinion point. Added onto the current ship, and the captain's goes down, and inside one of these gigantic warehouses, probably to get fueled up and such, might as well, 2-for-1 sort of deal. And as soon as you're in port, there's not a lot of people around, but the captain, drops down to the ground, finds somebody to sort of get all that sort of stuff started off. Yes.
After finishing my long rest, but before kind of going out onto the deck of the ship, I'm going to go into whatever passes for a lavatory on the ship. And I'm going to cast True Seeing on myself.
Okay. I expected you to give me more after that, but sure.
Oh, do you need me to tell you what it does?
I can find it.
It gives me true sight for an hour while I'm so I can see the main thing I'm using it for is to see the true form of shape changes, although it does other things as well. Just because I want to make sure that he is in fact the kind of dragon that we're wanting to have.
Sure. You are not currently standing next to.
No, but when I see him.
So I'm sure you will come out onto the deck as the engineer and the captain go down to sort of get the things refueled, check everything out. Big clamps come down from the ceiling to clamp onto the side of the ship so that it doesn't have to have the engines running, but doesn't have to be touching the floor. It's stuff that you vaguely saw before, but evidently, Captain Bertain is very used to at this point, having fueled up a couple times here. And but it is very late at night. There's like 3 or 4 people wandering around the warehouse, maybe a couple guards out the front.
So where we go?
Oh,
We can check into an inn.
We know 2 grung here. They're talented.
Yeah.
Will they be up?
I don't know.
I mean, I suppose we want to find what was his name? Sprocket. I remember him being
go find Clune?
We could do. I don't remember where he was.
I think we should put Clune, Etch, and Ray in a room together. Let's go get Etch.
We'll go back and get Edge.
Yeah.
Marty, as Merle walks up onto the main deck, you see sorry, it's me and Greg in the same document. You see it's quite strange because his true form is actually huge. You see this like vague outline as he appears. It sort of like blossoms out this mostly translucent form of a very large dragon. Give me. Actually, I'm trying to. I don't want to play against the spell too much. It is. I was going to say, give me a check to see how well you can see it, but like I don't want to get. The spell is true sight. You can tell well enough that it seems to be a very bronzy metal color.
Okay.
The dragon has. In fact, I can go to a little bit more specific. So definitely not as large as Raron, but you get the feeling that Raron is like huge, even so, but still a gigantic dragon. Mostly this bronzy color, but these stripes of green coming down in patterns, kind of looking like tattoos. Down the neck, back legs, and down the tail. It kind of looks like tiger stripes of this greenish color. Very green eyes, these black horns coming out from these sort of fins coming out from the head. Very large wings, of course. Still this bronzy color with sort of greenish tips. And the kind of looks like a mane going down the back of his head, like a big fin of green, and down the tail as well.
Okay, cool.
And you're sort of probably staring kind of up when he walks over. It's like, you right?
Do I see both his kind of like illusory head and his real head, the mouths both move?
Well, so the dragon's mouths don't move whilst they're talking. You already know that, so no.
Okay. Yeah, I've just I've got something in my eye.
Okay.
I'm good.
He just turns around and walks away. This dragon just loops around.
I'm reassured.
By dirt in your eye?
Yes.
Right. He then goes over to the main rest of the group. He's like, how long you planning on staying here?
Till
Won't
we
be
get
too
my
long.
new body, I think.
Well, we have to put the
Yeah.
order in, and then it'll take some time for them to work on it, right?
Unless they
Yeah.
already have one, in which case we can just stab you and head on our way.
I don't know why they would have one, but if they
All right,
did,
I don't
that'd be
care
nice.
too much. The reason I'm asking is I was going to go fly back to see her, and I probably
Sure.
should have done it before we were closer by, but I kind of just wanted to see the ship fly.
Yeah, it's probably
Fair
good
enough.
to head back.
You might want to clear the city limits before you fly away, just so that they don't think that they're also under dragon attack.
I mean,
like another
he's a-
city recently was.
He's a dragon. He probably knows how to dragon. I'm just gonna.
I was just saying so that
Yeah.
there's no misunderstanding with the city.
I think he probably has experience.
Rayhorn's in a cave at the
God.
top of the mountain.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And he just hops down from the side of the ship. Literally just hops over the side. Woo, boom, 3-point landing, and then just walks off.
Show off.
If he shows up as a dragon to Bay Luna, people are going to be real pissed.
We should
Also-
have warned him about that before.
I did a sneaky
Again, I think he
thing.
probably has an experience of approaching cities in the form of a dragon. He's probably had that experience before.
I mean, maybe. But I did a sneaky thing, but I can confirm he is in fact a bronze dragon. Or a brass dragon. I'm not a
We knew
meta.
that.
Well, we knew that he'd said that he was, but it could have been someone pretending to be.
I mean,
Yeah.
Rayhorn also said that he was.
Yeah, but it could have been someone pretending to be.
Riorin said that Merle was. We've had no way of knowing that was actually Merle.
Yeah.
We have no way of knowing that
All-
anyone is anyone.
All these dragons seem
Right.
to know where all the other dragons are. It's not inconceivable that one of the bad dragons could have gone and killed him, taken his
Oh
place,
my
and been pretending to be him to get all of our information.
Joe.
Oh, it's
I
right.
haven't- what are you talking about, Simon? No idea. Anyway, moving on. Well, yes, I mean, it's a valid thing to check.
Did you check it with Rayoran?
No, but we
Yeah.
saw Rayorin as
Oh,
a
it's a gold
dragon.
dragon.
This is true.
Well, she could have been using disguise self.
Should we carry on?
I don't know if
Probably.
dragons can use disguise self as in
Let's
their
just
dragon
carry
form.
on.
I don't know. Good question.
So where are you planning to go? I mean, you're in an area that is, at the very least, used by Sprocket, and you also know Silung has a place somewhere. I don't remember where you went last time. I think he has a little workshop.
We also know their specializations, don't we?
Yes.
It's
But I
my
can't
first time
remember
being
now.
awake here. Is there a cool magic shop?
There is a cool magic shop.
It's true. Yeah, last time you were asleep.
Yeah. I think I woke up on the ship as we left last time.
Yep. I believe Sprocket is good with fuel and combustion and stuff like that. And Ilung was more of the robotics type.
Let's go see Glum then.
Guess so.
Where's the details for Kalungon? Because the folder's empty apparently.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know that Silung had that steel defender, so he's a
Hmm.
and yeah.
It's a conspiracy.
That's
It's the conspiracy.
Yeah.
What a racy theory.
Oh, so you do, though, know the area that Kalung is in, so you'd be able to go through the city and up to one of the little train port station things. Wait for a few minutes as one of them comes along. There's basically no one around, but I believe last time you did have to pay a little bit of money for it, or was it free? I think it was free.
I think it was free, or at
It was
least
free.
Silung paid for it if it wasn't.
No, I think it was free. I think I non-capitalistic. So it arrives. Comes open. You step inside. I'm sure. Buddy, you have no idea what this is. You've no clue.
Neither were Tao.
True.
You were with us, weren't you?
No.
No.
Yeah, you were.
Yes, you were.
You got your upgrade. You got your little.
No. Yes.
You got your little
Was I
cog
here?
thing in your arm.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was him.
Yeah.
Good
Because
catch.
isn't that how you came to us after doing the one shot with this lot?
Sort of.
I have to go look back and find out.
Either way,
Someone's going to be really
you're
surprised
right.
that the robot is now a knoll.
a little bit. You step inside the door. I'm sure, Barty, you just follow everyone else. The door's shut, and then there's this lurch as it just starts heading off across the city.
No, it's worse than teleportation.
Confirmed, the tube is worse than teleportation.
Well, yeah. Luckily, there's not many people around. There's enough seats for all of you, and it would take a while to get across the city to where the Clockwork Grove. I'd say by the time you get to what would be your stop, Clockwork Grove, the now arriving at Clockwork Grove. Although it would be in Grung, wouldn't it?
Oh, that makes me feel sick, that sound.
Oh, please.
Clockwork Grove.
The door's open.
And
Open.
coming after.
You step off onto the platform, the train goes off, and it's a cold evening. Even though you are in the northern part of the city, it's still, getting to the 10 degrees C sort of area. So it's not particularly warm as the wind blows by. And it's basically, now that it's 2 a.m. or so, there's just no one around. It's the dead city. It's the kind of time where you don't want to go down alleyways. You start walking over towards
An alleyway.
an alley.
Yes.
No, towards where Kulung is. And I believe he's just had like a workshopy house sort of somewhere around this area. And eventually get to his front door.
It's a very low front door, though.
No, it's normal sized.
I thought
I
Cologne were
guess
very
Elsie will
small.
knock then.
He is
I
small.
thought Grung were very small. Does he have
Oh,
to
I
reach
forgot
for the door every time?
No, they have. No, it's whatever.
It's a normal sized door, but with the door handle being really low down.
Yeah.
That's small. Anyway, I forgot to mention as well, during that trip, you'd have been going over the swamps of Hydra that you have seen before, because it is based on the swampy ground, so everything's raised above. Do you knock?
Yeah.
No.
Knock on the door.
What? Why is everyone
This
looking
is
at
your
me?
character.
This is just shatter from behind the door. And just and the door
Who's in?
opens and this little mechanical guy.
Mechanical guy.
Yeah, the mechanical guy. I can't remember what I called him because the notes are gone.
BB-8.
Hello.
BB9.
Hello, Klung. Am I pronouncing that right?
That is not Klung.
It's not cool.
It's not Klung?
No.
Oh. Are we at the wrong house?
Maybe?
He comes out in the bathrobes. Oh shit!
He
Sorry.
comes out as Elsie's attempting to talk in their language.
Grungian.
Oh, go ahead. That is horribly offensive.
I am really sorry.
It's
Why
okay.
would you
It's not
try
really
that?
offensive. It's fine.
I've been trying to learn languages.
Fair enough. Kulung,
Hello?
it's really early in
I
the
know most
morning.
of
I apologize for stepping in or trying to. How much do we have a mission to stop everyone from dying, and to do so, there's a couple things we are trying to get done. And though the timing is not amazing, I'm kind of hoping. He's just looking around as if am I the only one here? Kind of hoping that. This,
Where's your robot friend?
We need a robot body.
Yeah.
Oh. Like as a replacement for your robot friend?
Barty.
Or
So this.
Hi, Barty.
Yes,
still
specifically
here.
for our friend who was a robot.
Wait, you're the robot?
Yeah,
Oh,
Hi.
how in the how's
that's a
that?
long story.
It's a very long and complex thing. All I can say is that you will be reimbursed the payment. Your payment will come. In fact, who has the letter?
What then?
Yeah,
Oh.
who does that?
There's a letter that you were given by the king.
I
It
thought you guys,
says,
I thought you guys
"One
said you wanted
free
to ask the
body."
dragon, and then we never did.
I believe it was given to Felix.
Was it?
Yep.
What? I mean,
letter
it wouldn't
from the
have.
king
Yeah,
that
I'm
says-
aware that I'm aware of its existence, but I mean, I'm a gnoll with no equipment.
He
I
gave
don't
it to
think
you.
I had it.
You guys
Oh.
had said that you wanted to use the dragon's money if you could, and then
Yep.
you didn't ask the dragon about it.
Yep.
Oh well,
So I think who's got the letter? Someone got the letter?
guess I've got it somewhere. Don't ask where I got it from.
Like
It's
a little
somewhere.
pouch. You'd have pouches and things on you. Take it out. and
Excellent prop
hand it over.
work, Ben. I approve.
He just takes the letter and hands it over to.
So now
Okay,
you have
yeah.
changed body. Are we calling you a different name?
No,
I think it's
It's
Ben.
Harry.
Is your
now.
new name called Ben?
No, it's
I'm gonna
fine.
leave.
I
I'm gonna
prefer
leave.
Ben over Felix.
I'm gonna leave.
The fuck, what are they called? What are the leaders of this city called, Alex? I don't remember. They're
The
just
leaders of the city.
guild?
They're
I
cool.
cannot remember. It's in it somewhere, in it.
The
Ben,
It's
boy.
probably.
Ben.
It's like a council of engineers and shit like that.
It was something like
Oh,
that.
Ben.
God, I was. Hey, who'd have thought being prepared for this would be great?
Yeah,
The Clune Council.
Is it in it
Cologne
somewhere?
Council.
I don't think it is in it.
Cloak Council.
I think it was all in freaking Clune's document, and that's all
Yeah.
gone.
Where the fuck is it?
That's annoying.
They're not a version
Okay,
history.
never mind.
New
for now.
name. Go on. Improv. New name. What are they
the-
called?
Ben.
Engineers
Or
Guild.
Frank.
No, the Engineers Guild should accept this. I do need to understand how this happened, though. If we're going to create a vessel for,
Can we come inside? It's
yeah,
cold
sure.
out here.
I thought we were inside.
Yeah.
It's just standing on
You left us there.
We'll step inside and close the door.
Like a bunch of chimneys.
How many seats are in this house?
There's
How many
stuff
seats
to
can
sit
we
on.
consider seats by
There's
Mm-hmm.
big people standards?
there's stuff to sit on.
You will take a seat.
There's probably not
I'm
a lot
sure.
of actual chairs or stools.
Zegith speaks up again and says,
It's perched on our surface.
the basic outline here is Felix, our friend, not actually the robot, kind of, what was it, a soul, kind of like a ghost?
Ah,
Soul, the body
I'm
died,
dead.
and then he transferred into this body, so not so powerful. So we're kind of looking to get a new body formed that hopefully he can sort of get into. And I don't know
Yeah.
how the technique works. It seemed to just sort of happen.
Yeah, that's probably the best anyone's really described it, to be honest.
Hmm.
It's not like
But the point was a new sort of empty robotic body with the ability to have, well, not sentience, but the ability to process kind of like a brain is what he needs so that he can, I guess, inhabit it and use those things as a brain.
yeah.
You know?
All right. Does the soul have its own energy, or does the
Apparently,
is weird?
just like
I would
We
say
have
that
some
the
bioengineers I
normal
can talk
robot.
to.
and then I'll just go in.
but the
Yeah, I think
fair,
it had a
I'm-
battery.
the previous body was still functioned after your soul had left it, so the energy.
Oh,
must have been
yeah,
in
that's
the
true.
body.
Oh, also, did Edge give a crystal to them?
He didn't
to-
give a
to-
crystal, but he did say to let him know that.
Yeah.
about-
Also, fancy crystal things. Who's got a? Elsie,
Elsie's got something
Yes.
with the crystal, hasn't she?
can I have your bracelet thingy with the crystal in it?
Has she not given it to Etch already?
No.
Okay.
No. So
I
take
thought
Okay,
you wanted
yeah.
to do something with it.
You just hand over this sort of crystal thingy in here. Apparently, we have another one that can be put into it to make it sort of fancier. I don't understand this stuff, to be honest, but
Could be a power source.
Just do what you need to do.
not this one in particular. There's another one. Just there'd
Who's
be a
the-
slot for it.
Who do I talk to
Oh.
about this?
Echelion Vasveus, quite prominent in the city of Veluna.
Yeah, I'll get in touch with the council and speak to them. See what we can do.
Cool.
Oh, it's yes.
What?
I thought it was because we've gone to see somebody. I keep forgetting it's Greg's character that we're talking to, and I
Yeah.
thought it was the person we've gone to see was asking for my bracelet.
No.
No,
This
this
whole
is the thing. Don't you
conversation's been
recognize your
confusing
own boyfriend?
No.
He says, right. I think it's. Do we have a design? Did anybody make a design? Do we have a design or like ideas? Wait, that's probably Felix. Felix, do you have ideas?
I've got ideas, I guess. I don't really. I mean, I'm a gnoll. I don't think we're known for manual dexterity.
That's all right. Just say words, and I'll make something based off of those words. All right.
Well, his previous body had a concealed weapon in his leg, a
I recall. Yeah,
projectile fire.
it's fascinating.
You going for the same thing, Felix?
I don't know.
Do you want to use guns again, or would you prefer to do like sword stuff?
I mean, swords are pretty cool.
Speaking from
I
experience,
feel like
ability to fly would be useful.
is flying an option?
I don't know.
Anything's
not-
possible on Hydra. It's just depends on how well it could be done.
Exactly. I mean, the airships are made here and they fly. You can become an airship.
Simon, do you want the link to the new character sheet you made?
I do have the character sheet. I'm just trying
Okay,
to
good.
find a way of succinctly and smoothly
Yeah.
explaining.
That makes more sense. I genuinely thought for a second that we were asking you to come up with your new character on the spot.
On the
Yeah.
spot.
Wait, I'll do this inversely. Hey, Greg, have a
Yeah.
look. Ideas to come to Kaloon's
Yes.
face.
Oh wow. Oh, light bulb.
Inspiration suddenly strikes.
Oh. Also,
Cool.
I'm passing this through the reign of a gnoll as well. So big robot go boom.
I mean, at the base of it, that's kind of the right, isn't it?
Something
That's
something
pretty
more
much it.
nimble. More oh the hell? Oh, fancy. Sorry.
I like to imagine Kaloon sitting there going, "Oh yeah, ooh, ooh, ooh." And everyone's staring. Just
I
like,
feel like
he's going off in his own
I
world,
feel
writing
like
a bunch of shit down.
opportunity to wait, what the fuck? Sorry, I just looked.
What
I just
the fuck?
looked at the new character sheet, and it turns out that I have both advantage and a disadvantage on stealth.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
a crazy one.
How does that work?
Different
roll 3, take the
credentials.
middle.
It's
Roll
probably
3, take
different.
them.
Yeah, no, it's
When you're wearing the
advantage.
armor, you have disadvantage.
But don't I
But if
have
you're-
it?
yeah, that is weird.
I thought I was able to wear that. I don't know.
Anyways, Gloom draws
Anyway,
up a quick blueprint without a lot of the details that are legible, but it looks exactly like this thing that you're describing.
Amazing.
or thinking of.
I'm also like on a meta level, like well into. I should have taken my medication by now, and I haven't. And also, like at the end of the session, so my brain is kind of.
The blueprint outlines less focus on strength and dexterity. The focus is more on the inner circuitry being much more complex. Something that Kaloon will probably much more enjoy and make as a specialty is increasing the general ability for the body to process information and be a more inventive sort of creation of its own, an artificer making an artificer effectively, but also still being strong and able to take a good hit.
Is this the start of AI that creates itself?
One
We're creating CloudNet.
of the biggest things that's probably noted on there
CloudNet.
is that Kaloon
Skynet.
wants to experiment with creating a body that is able to cast magic, a warforged body that doesn't just have big strong muscle go swingy. It's able to take in the magic from the air around it and genuinely cast spells, which is an interesting concept that generally hasn't been approached yet. So it's sort of
It would take
experimental, but
it would take full advantage of you being like an actual living thing rather than just technology.
Yeah.
Then
It's more integrated with the
souls
soul.
Yeah.
All right. Yep, that should take about 1 day. No.
Oh,
That should take
If
this
only.
indeterminate amount of time.
Yay.
Yes. Can you get it transported to Veluna?
Yeah, sure.
Nice.
Am I gonna have to make a null character sheet?
No, you just use a null.
Okay.
I think I sent it to you.
You did?
Yeah. You go through all
Oh.
the fine details and sort of outline that the king's paying for it, so you
Yep.
know it'll cost what
And,
it costs.
Good luck
Made,
taking it
made
back.
a solid goal with diamond eyes.
Removal diamond eyes just in case you need to, revivify.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Good idea.
thank you for the reminder. Clone, do you know of anywhere in this city we might be able to purchase diamonds, perchance?
Yeah, we have a worked diamond shop on the other side of town.
Amazing.
work diamond
I
shop.
would love to go there at the earliest convenience.
And by diamond, I meant jewel.
As long as there are diamonds.
Yeah.
Are they going to be open at this time?
Oh God, no.
Yeah.
So
Thank you
not
for-
at the earliest convenience.
Thank you for taking
radius.
us in at 2 in.
You didn't say we could stay here.
No, I meant just generally us being here.
Yeah, he
I-
could have
I'm-
just turned around and told us to piss off.
Hmm.
I'm usually up late. I had just started drifting off.
Well, on that note, I think we should leave you to drift off.
Well, I mean,
Yep.
after this, I may just start getting to work. Honestly, it's inspiring.
Do you
hope
need
you
to,
enjoyed the
I don't know how this works. Do you need to do any experiments on Felix?
Casually volunteering him to be experimented on.
Well, I just feel like you have to.
Yeah,
understand
unlike you,
this.
Barty, who have never done such a thing.
It would probably be better to do that, but I just. Well,
Is it?
I need to consult with Edge first. See what the whole crystal thing.
All right, why don't you do that now? Just send him a message.
Oh,
He
I don't have
happens
the
to be
ability
right
to send
here,
a message. I have to go to the Engineers Guild to get.
Why
that
don't you
done.
get Ray to send him a message?
I can't do
Yeah,
that.
Ray, you've been silent. Oh, you can't send a
I
message.
can't send messages like that anymore.
Barty, you could
I
send
thought
a
Barty
message.
can't he?
Who am I sending a message to?
Edge,
What about?
crystals.
Okay, condense
You would
what you
need
want me
to-
to say into 25 words or less.
All right, I need you to ask him how the crystals could harness a soul, and somehow power
Okay,
itself.
I need to stress, his reply also has to be 25 words or less.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I should probably just go to the Engineers Guild, and then we can set up like one of those hologram
Is
situations.
is there any?
Yeah.
Is there
Wait,
any
you guys
limit
have
on?
a hologram situation?
Yeah, of course.
Is there any?
I
Is
need
there
to
any
learn
limit
this.
on the length of words?
Yeah.
No?
Like if
It's 25 words each way for me.
no length
Primitive.
of each individual word. Like if you just said a whole sentence with no spaces.
If you
I-
spoke in German, it would be more efficient.
Yeah, exactly.
I have not tried doing it like that, but I think at some point there would be a cutoff.
Can you
I-
send?
I- It would have to be in. I have to say it in a language that I know, and all of those languages have spaces in between the words. And maybe I could squeeze out an extra word or two if I used Celestial, but that, that's
Could-
not always the most easy thing to
Could a
do.
deaf person send a message in sign language?
It's telepathic, so they wouldn't need to use sign language.
But a sign
Yeah,
language
but
is still a
if they're
language.
deaf, do they still hear?
But yeah, no. So
The
they
thing.
don't.
Did-
They don't.
So that's where they can hear things.
So
Could you
they
guys
don't
please have this
hear me
conversation outside of my shop?
They don't, they
We
don't
should
hear
leave.
me say the message.
Before we
They
leave.
understand the message upon receiving it. They don't hear my voice
We are
necessarily.
leaving
say-
now. Thank you very much for your help.
Thanks.
If
Out of your hair or out of your.
Insensitive.
Getting out
they
It's
away
a
don't-
from
very
you.
touchy subject. You shouldn't bring up hair with Grok.
I won't. I'm going to leave, and hopefully everyone will follow me. And he just turns around and walks out the door.
And
Bye.
before
Bye.
For making my
Travis
body.
take out his notebook again.
Oh no.
Go over to Sprocket.
This is not Sprocket, this is Klung.
Clune, sorry, Clune. And
Ugh,
say,
racist. What?
I was going to tell you a joke about construction, but I'm
Okay.
still working on it.
That's a pretty good joke. It's because you still need to develop the idea, but you also develop things in construction. I get it.
I understand. I'm glad you appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me turn around and leave.
And you'll leave out to the cold of the night once again. Now what?
Back to the ship.
Let's go to
Yeah.
an inn.
Let's go wasted.
Right, are we going to an inn or to a ship?
I'm
Is
going
there a
to an
ship
inn.
in?
Because I like the idea that Mel has.
Okay. Well, closest to you would be the Greasy Sprocket.
I thought Sprocket was a person.
Yeah,
He
he's
is
got
both a
three-
person and a place.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a pub,
Like
not
me.
an inn.
I was gonna say, isn't that your basis for a character?
Yeah.
Well, it's a pub, it's a tavern, it'll have places to stay.
Well, you don't want to come up with a name on the spot.
No.
That's
Good
valid. Guys,
No, I wasn't allowed to say no earlier.
I
I'm
just
the
want,
DM.
I'm probably gonna. I just want to say I'm probably gonna head off. My brain can't really do any more thinking. I tried to hang around for the bit where I had to describe my body and stuff because I felt like it's important for me to actually be there for that. But yeah, my brain is kind of dead. So I'll see you next week when I'm medicated. Bye.
Bye, Simon.
Bye.
So, you go to the Greasy Sprocket, which isn't too far away. You got to go over to the Log Plaza, which at this time of night is basically empty. A few people may be wandering around drunk in the night. The door is, of course, open. Nobody inside. There's it's a fairly large building with a grey stone brick front with deep mahogany-coloured wooden beams. There's a large sign above the door that says the Greasy Sprocket in a font that mimics gears and an oil jug in the corner. The inside is mostly a large area full of heavy wooden tables with metal rivets at the edges and heavy metal corner guards. Behind the bar is a mechanical-looking being, possibly Warforged, but upon closer inspection, you can see it is just a torso and arms and head gliding on a rail system behind the bar. It is not powered down, but it is not moving, and as you walk in, it sort of just looks up a little bit.
Hello?
Hello.
What's on the menu?
Greetings.
There are many items on the menu. Services available at 8 a.m.
Do
What
you
about the
also
rooms?
function as a concierge?
Rooms are available.
That's good to know.
What about alcohol?
Service will resume at 8 a.m.
Wow, really?
Can we have some rooms?
There's a little bit of like a loading symbol comes in the eyes and says, there's a little loading symbol in the eyes, and then there's just this bing noise, just sort of vaguely from above him, and he just powers down. And then a little door opens from the side next to the bar, and this sort of like kind of well dressed, but obviously sort of put together. Maybe the buttons are one button out of sync. A little groan walks out. This purple color, sort of just like walks over. Want rooms?
Yes.
Would be
How many?
Agreeable.
Do you have like one really big one? We'd normally sleep in a cabin together.
Yeah, do we have a
Single
family
rooms,
room?
Single rooms, double rooms, double rooms,
What's a double room?
2 doubles.
That would sleep 4 of us, and then 6 of us.
Yep.
Well, if we have 1 double and 1 double, that would work.
Sure.
That does make 6.
Tav, you want to bunk with me and we'll take the double room?
Yes, I'm perfectly happy with that, friend Barty.
No,
I mean,
you're in the double.
Why?
Oh.
Breakfast included. Check out at 10.
Thank you.
Could you please write me some directions to? I was told there was a jewel shop on the other side of town, or that, or anywhere I could procure diamonds of worth 300 gold pieces or more.
Oh God, where would he point you to? He sort of walks around the corner, grabs a little pen, licks the nib, and then writes down some instructions, which probably pushes from
Does he hold
where
it
you
close
currently
to his
are.
face to do that, or does he just hold it wherever he picks it up from? It just goes...
Yeah, he just picks it up and goes. And he points to a shop that's just outside of the Lug Plaza. I will say over in where's that one? The Brass Stacks. There's just a little sort of directions to a little shop that is called the Diamond Emporium.
Cool. And could you also point me in the direction of a shop selling magical wares?
Yes, you can. I believe there's one inside of the Lug Plaza. No, there
I've
isn't.
got one.
Is there not?
Got one of those. Yeah, there was.
I swear there was.
Was it the souvenir shop?
Yeah, the souvenir shop. Yeah, that's not going to give you a lot of... I don't think there is. He points you to one inside of the Lug Plaza, very close by, that is called... Hey, Greg, what's it called? You know about Hydra. It's not so easy, is it?
Sprotle Shinies.
Spruple Shinies?
Yep.
Everyone called Sprutle Shinies.
Okay.
It sounds well thought out and well advertised.
Yes.
It's then that you realize that there are Sprotle Shinies posters all over this bar.
Yep, all over the place. New
Like
shop
in
only
little
opened up
placards
recently.
on each table.
Only opened up recently. He comes around the bar again, hands you this little note that sort of suckers to his fingers, and then puts out a hand. 2 gold for the night.
Is that for each room or altogether?
All together.
Cool. I've got this one, guys. Don't worry.
Thank you very much.
Good, because you've got the group fund.
No, I don't. This is coming out of my own gold.
But you also have the group fund.
No, I don't.
I'm currently carrying it.
All of that went to the Feywild.
Oh.
You hand him the 2 gold.
It all
he
came
sort of
back.
hops, sort of, slaps his feet through to the door, opens.
Does he
Keeps
give
the door
me the room
open.
Keys?
If you shut up for a second, he opens the door, walks through. You hear a little jingling of keys. He walks back, holds up these 2 different keys. One says number 3, one says number 7.
Which I will take them both. Which is which room?
3 the double.
Cool. Alright, come on, Tav. Oh, the other one. The other one's well, see.
Number 3, please.
Why should you get a double room?
Friend Barty, I think she wants some intimate time with friend Zeketh.
I just
Gross.
would like to share a room with my
Gross.
boyfriend rather than everybody else.
We all share all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Gross. Fine. You barbaric people.
Do you swap the keys?
I will swap the keys.
I'm
over.
sorry, do you not share rooms with your partner outside of wedlock?
I don't have a partner.
Okay, if you did.
I have no idea. I've not had a partner, so
This feels like an argument for the morning, not one for 2 a.m. It is the morning, haha.
I'm already heading
Not for
upstairs
2 a.m.
with the key to the double.
I will share with everyone else because
Really?
Elsie has asked me to. Like, could I
Thank
have a
you.
quick word with you, Elsie, just before you go and do whatever horrible thing it is you're about to go and
I'm going to sleep.
Zegith just takes the keys like, I'll get the room ready. And he just goes off upstairs.
Ready for what?
Sleeping!
I want to sleep.
If you must know, I was going to see if there's a hot water bottle and heat it up.
Oh, thanks.
Her toes get cold. She thinks it's for her. It's because my feet get really cold if she's got cold toes.
Artie, here you go. Here's the bag of holding. You should probably have this back.
You asked.
Oh, you
He goes
want me to
upstairs.
have that back? Okay. Has it been updated with all the things that have gone in it since?
I don't think much has gone in it, to be honest.
No,
Nothing.
no,
5,000 gold went in it.
That's true.
Oh, well, no. I
Whoops.
don't have the link to it.
500 platinum. So everyone else, I'm assuming, goes upstairs, including Ray.
She'll hop in, see the room, and then head back out in the street.
Sure. But all I'm saying is Elsie and Barty are left, sort of in the main bit of the pub.
I just thought I should maybe say something that I'm not sure you have realised, but you might have realised because you're very smart. So, you know, if you've already realised it, that's fine. I just thought, because with Zegith, you know, with him, you know, if he dies and he can't come back, and, you know, that sucks, and that would
Just
suck
a little
for
bit.
you.
Yeah,
that-
a lot.
That, for him, is probably the preferable option to the alternative. Like, you're, we think, 30-something, right?
Yes.
So if he dies, you're looking at 50 years without him.
Yep.
If he doesn't die, he's looking at 50 years with you, and then the rest of forever without you.
Yep. I'm fully
So-
aware of that.
I just thought, you know, maybe like cut him some slack, and that was all.
I am fully aware of that, Barty, but are you aware of the fact that I would like to spend my life with him at least? So
Yeah,
I don't want
okay.
him dying today, tomorrow, or in the near future. I am
Yeah.
fully aware that he is probably going to live on after me, unless something else happens. However, I would like to at least experience some form of life with him before that happens.
Then you should both retire.
That was my plan. And then all this happened. My plan was to retire, just run the guild from Veluna whilst everybody else does their thing, and spend my life with Zegith and grow old with him. Obviously,
Then-
I'm not going to grow old with him anymore, but I want to at least live with him for a while before he gets killed. That's why I'm being precious about it, because I can come back, he can't.
But maybe that's what I'm saying. Maybe you should just retire now. Like, you don't have. It will be easier and it'll go better with you, obviously, out here leading us. But you know, you could go to Veluna, the both of you, and help run things there. Still be useful. Still be kind of helping in the fight. But if you're out here doing this, you're not gonna get that probably.
So I would, if I knew that me and my family would be safe and that Zegith would retire. But I know he won't retire yet. Not whilst there's still stuff to be done.
Do you think that we can do it without you?
Yeah?
Then trust us to do that if you want that to be happy. If you think that I don't know if we can. I'm not saying that you should kind of up sticks and go. I'm just saying if that's what you want more than anything, then leave and have that, you know, because the likelihood is that, you know, none of us are gonna come out of this unscathed. I'll say, you know, and we don't really know many people who can bring people back. There's no guarantee you'd be able to get back in touch with Unit to have him kind of come in and do his thing instead. So I would just, if you want to live together and be a couple, and you grow old, maybe just go and do that.
Maybe you're right.
Like, we'll still be around until we die. But Zegith, I'm sure, can use that time to figure out what this whole Nightwalker thing is, and maybe find a way to pass it on without, dying.
If that is an option, that's the option I want to take.
Yeah, but he's gonna struggle to do that if he's out here kind of traipsing around the world with us, fighting monsters and gods and stuff. Like,
To be honest, my plan wasn't for him to come back out with us. But at the end of the day, he is his own person, and he wanted to come.
So just don't hold it against him.
I'm not holding it against him, I'm just worried.
I know, but I would rather be in your shoes than his.
Okay.
That was all. Night.
During the same conversation, when Tav and Zegith go up at the same time, effectively, just as you're about to go into the room, Zegith kind of comes down the hallway to you and sort of, Tav, do you mind if I grab you for a second?
Of course, friend Zegith.
It's been on my mind, this idea of if I do happen to pass, and obviously there's no plan to, but if I do, the question is, who would I pass along this, whatever you call it, power to? And I realize that I don't know enough about you. And you don't have to tell me things you don't want to know, but I don't know enough about you to make a valid decision. And let me explain. You are stoic and powerful and honorable. You abide by rules and seem to try and do the good thing at all times. And to me, it seems as though this sort of power would sit comfortably in your hands. But I also realized I don't know if you even have family.
What do you?
And you don't have to tell me things that you don't want to say. It's not something that I want to pass along to someone who has, well, to put it bluntly, things to live for. And I do have things to live for, but it wasn't my choice. But if there was someone powerful and honorable who had no plans for family, then that would be ideal. I wouldn't want to take someone away from their family.
I have no family here, apart from my father and mother, of course, who you've met. Whatever family I may have are far from here, and I do not expect to be seeing them again unless, well, I'm not planning on seeing them again, particularly. I mean, I understand your dilemma. My philosophy has always been that my place is to help others, and if that means that I should take this world against tears and reality, then I would take that task on, if it was necessary.
Well, I have no plans to die, at least not soon. But in case it does happen, would it be acceptable if you were, I don't know how this works, but I don't even know what word to use. Successor?
Yeah. Successor. Yes. Yes, I would accept that, burden.
Just wanted to check that in with you. Like I said, I hope it won't be necessary.
So do I, friends.
This whole time, guys.
I
Succeeded.
Well, I'll leave you to sleep. If you change your mind, please don't hesitate to tell me.
believe it will be someone's task to protect our world and the other planes. And I'm happy to take on that task if it is presented to me.
So technically, just this world and the empty plane. There's other. That doesn't matter for now. Yes.
Whatever I'm called upon to do.
Sleep well.
But I would like to find my father, preferably
Well, I'm hoping we
while
do.
I can.
Yes. Right. I'll see you in the morning. He toddles
Sleep
off.
well, Prince Agath.
And he toddled off about the same time, I guess, that you guys come upstairs. Not Elsie, Ray, I imagine by this point you would have wandered off, gone out into the city's night. And I will get to that in a second. The last conversation would be when Zegith and Elsie are in their room together. And he's found a hot water bottle. He's filled it with hot water. Put it in the bed. When you get up, and as you walk in, he's obviously concerned. Like his brow is furrowed as he's sort of like fluffing up the pillows and things, and just generally getting ready for bed. But he doesn't really say anything as you come in.
Are you okay?
There's a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to have a long conversation about it. We've had so many things happening recently, but do you remember a conversation when we were underwater, I believe, in Malabi, where you rightfully told me to stop being so encumbering on you about keeping you alive?
Yeah.
I know you're concerned about me. I'm concerned about me. This is not something I think anybody expects something like this, but we have a world to save. So many people are relying on us, and I can't stand back and ignore it. Now, I have no plans to die. I plan to stay alive for many more years. But I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I had the power to help and didn't.
And here's me about to suggest that we retire.
It would be nice. If you want to help from back home, I wouldn't blame you.
I want to be with you. I want to know that you're going to be safe.
I don't think anybody's safe until we deal with this threat to the world.
You're probably right, but with Barty's ability, we can bring people back. But I don't know how I would carry on if you were gone.
He comes over to you and sort of gives you a little cuddle on the spot, sort of bringing you in, and says, "You won't have to worry about that. That's for sure. We'll be fine. If you really want to go home and stay, we can do. I'll have to think on it, but I do understand where you're coming from. I don't know what my future holds in terms of occupation, but we'll work it out. We're clever.
I think we should sleep on it and decide in the morning.
It's a good idea. It's very late. And he'd get everything ready, you both get changed, and he probably doesn't fall asleep straight away. I'm not sure about Elsie, you're probably both awake for a
No,
little
she
while,
won't.
but
Yeah.
eventually you do get to sleep. Meanwhile, out in the dark streets of Hydra, what's Ray gonna do?
Looking around, I think, for ideas, for places that she thinks that Flora may want to see once everything's all over.
Well, I mean, the city at night here is spectacular. I mean, the lights lighting up, fairly high up, these tall buildings, these trains visible in the distance because they're lit up themselves, sort of zooming around, but still this swampy undergrowth that has such a disparate, difference between where you stand and what you look at. There's nothing particularly interesting, at least nothing open around. You could walk into the main square and have a look around. Some of the shops, you know how shops like just generally leave the lights on even when they're closed at nighttime. Some of the sort of signs at the front look, they're not quite neon signs, but they have that sort of like lighting around them. You're not sure what from, but they have this lighting. It makes everything kind of like pretty, but also very soft because it isn't all on. So this sort of like soft, cozy vibe, but at the same time quite cold night air.
Yeah, I think she probably just hangs out in the plaza.
Fair enough. There's a few drunk people that wander past, but no one pays particular attention to you. There's probably like one drunk dude who's just like there the whole night, just on the ground. You're not sure if he's dead or not, to be honest. Like he's just not moving over in the corner. But there's a couple people that wander past. Maybe a group of people that obviously had some kind of a party, making a load of noise as they wander back to wherever they're wandering back to.
Take it in the night.
So, I mean, I don't think you'll need a long rest, but you'll have a long rest. Wake up in the morning, probably late-ish. I mean, you have to be out by 10, so you're probably up at like 9, which isn't quite 8 hours, but we'll deal with it. It's, I've said before, you need the 6 hours is the main point anyway. Up, out, handing the keys in, down to the bar. But in the morning, this bar is a lot more filled up. You were told there was a free breakfast, which of course you can go try and accept. But like as you get downstairs, there's tons of people, not necessarily drinking alcohol, but eating food and breakfasts. People before work, you can tell they're dressed up in all sorts of work clothes. Some families maybe just for whatever reason sitting in the corner. But it's noisy, not as noisy as the last tavern you were in, but it's got a low murmur of voices.
What's for the breakfast?
I have no idea. Oh no, that was Zegeth saying that.
Oh, okay.
I guess we ask.
I mean, Tab doesn't eat that much anyway, so he probably wouldn't bother.
You go up to the robot type thing at the bar, who seems to recognize you. They sort of zooms along, walks over and like, "Good morning."
Hey, we were told we could get a breakfast. Could we get it in like doggy bags or something?
There's the loading symbol in the eyes again. Command not recognized. What is a?
Take away.
He says, "What is a?" And then your own voice recorded back to you. Doggy bag.
Is this like Marty
to go?
Machine?
Yeah, basically.
To go?
There's a little loading symbol as well. I will do my best, and slides away. You realize it goes round
I don't
the
know what that means.
goes round the corner of the bar, and there's like a sort of it's not really hidden door, but like the wall sort of like seems to open in perfect timing of him going back into whatever's behind.
It'd be pretty
and then a
funny
couple
if the
minutes
door didn't
later-
open and he just slammed his face on the side of the door instead.
A couple minutes later, comes back round, has some little sort of like Tupperware boxes, equivalent of plastic, whatever, just of, it's not very well put together. It seems to be quite an expansive breakfast of like sausages and eggs and bacon and all that kind of stuff, kind of like neatly sort of packed in, but it's packed in like someone would play Tetris, on top layered and stuff, rather than as you would a breakfast, and sort of puts down 6 of those on the bar, stacked up in 2s, and then
It's a
looks
lot
at you and
more
says,
than I expected.
"Is this to your preference?"
That'll do. Thank you.
And then as you walk away, it's like, I believe you have some keys.
I don't, but these other guys do, I think. Maybe. I don't know.
Just a hand
Tav-
extends out.
Yeah, Tav has the one key.
You drop the keys and he just glomp straight down the gullet. There's a little clunk.
All right.
Thank you for staying.
Thanks for the food.
And just,
Was it free?
you were told it
With
was
the
included
rooms.
with the.
Oh
the
yeah, great. This place rules.
Yeah.
It's,
gave
it's
us like
between
a-
this place and the underwater city for Byte's retirement.
Yeah, they gave us like a full estate breakfast just for staying in a room for 8 hours.
Right.
You paid for.
Before we head to the ship, please can we go pick up some life-giving Sorry Zegith diamonds or some magical items to help us kill dragons? In any order that you like, but preferably both.
I feel like you didn't need to point out.
I just wanted to make sure that you knew I wasn't, I wasn't saying.
And
it
that
to
he
frighten you.
most certainly cannot come back no matter what you do.
Yeah, as far as we know.
I'm aware. Okay. You head out into the city. Far more bustling than it was when you arrived in. People in your way trying to get in. It's a very busy New York-style city of just, get out of my way kind of attitude of people going straight forwards towards you and not moving. Like you won't win the game of chicken.
Are they mostly grung?
There's a lot of grung. It's like an 80%,
70%.
I think, 70% grung population. There are other races in there, human, elf, all that kind of stuff, but it's mostly grung, yes.
I feel good about my chances in chicken.
Yeah. Which means that there is constantly an underlying murmur of just as all the feet pattering across the ground. Mm-hmm. You work your way through the city and eventually get to Sprottle's Shinies. Actually, that's the.
Well, which way do we want to go first? Because we'll
Spraddle
need
Shinies
to
is
budget.
closer.
We'll need to budget between the two things to know how many diamonds we're gonna get.
Spraddle Shinies is closer. It's in the
Okay.
square and the other one is not.
Let's find out how much things are there.
In Sprottle's Shinies.
Going off the same
Shop.
list.
No, because you haven't been to this one before.
Oh.
Oh.
Goody
New
gumdrops.
shit. New shit.
The new stuff, which is divided between useless stuff and stuff we can't afford.
Yes, that tends to be the way that this works. Sprottle's Shinies. Right,
Fuck
there
off.
it is. Let me just copy that over for you guys. Boom.
+1 help.
There you go.
That was just me.
25,000.
Oh,
That's right.
That was just you. Let's send this over to you guys.
You must be Sprottle.
That's me.
Yeah.
Right.
There we go. +1 padded armor.
I don't know why those things are. Yeah, whatever. There's a lot of stuff in here.
Brazier of combining.
Just whilst that's happening, you will also be able to travel across town and get some diamonds. I don't know how many you're going to buy, but it's a big jeweler shop, so you can basically get what you want.
Cool.
Whatever, the standard cost. I reckon there'd be, whatever, they're about the price of what you need for them.
Very nice, but
Which is again always a funny concept because it's like a diamond worth 1,000 gold. Like to who?
7,000 blue. There we go.
Some
Inside
things are
of-
much cheaper.
Inside of Sprottle's Shinies, you find that.
Temperature warning 60.
You find it's kind of busy, although not many people are going to a magic shop like this. But there is a grung sitting on a high stool behind the sort of desk, whatever you'd call it. Pinkish color with these purple spots, just sort of looking at these long fake nails on the end of the fingers, which look a little out of place, but you guess it's just a style thing, just sort of waiting for you to come over to the bar.
Alex, why is a scroll of mass suggestion 2,500 gold and the scimitar of warning is still?
60,000.
60.
And you said just take a 0 out of it at the end to get the actual watch. That's still 6,000.
Because they're hard to make.
Are they?
Yeah.
Is that funny? Because they're in almost every shop we go to.
And a scroll of mass suggestion is common enough to be 2,500.
Yeah, it's fine, right?
But that one is like very rare, and all the scimitar warning is uncommon.
Something's wrong here.
I would enjoy having both the Eyes of the Eagle and the Iron Stone of Absorption. I understand that's a lot of money, though.
Eyes of the Eagle. These crystal lenses fit over the eyes. While wearing them, you have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight. In conditions of clear visibility, you can make out details of even extreme distant creatures and objects as small as 2 feet across.
There is a secondary benefit to that as well, just so that everyone is aware. If you have advantage on perception checks, your passive perception goes up by 5.
I was looking at the Stone of Absorption as well, so...
Yeah.
The Iron
I think-
Stone Absorption.
I think the Iron Stone of Absorption would be good for literally anyone to have.
Yeah, I'll look at that one, yeah.
It's named after... Is that Ioun or Loon? Ioun. A god
Ioun.
Ioun.
blah, blah, blah. When you use an action to toss from these stones in the air, that orbits your head a distance of 1 and 3.
Like,
Okay,
that's a crazy good find.
Mm-hmm. It's
I'm
available.
down for getting that because 3 of us were thinking of getting it anyway.
Limited uses. Once it's cancelled 20 levels of spells, it burns out.
Is an interesting concept. What was the other one that you were talking about, Joe?
The Eyes of the Eagle.
The other one from that. Or was it the Stone of Absorption that you were? Okay.
Yeah, it was those two that I'd said.
Actually, Eagle look interesting, but advantage on wisdom checks. I got pretty good wisdom checks already.
Yeah, but it gives you the +5 as well, or depends on who's wearing it. Because they're +5.
Right.
Yeah.
That's perception. Is it perception?
What, the Eyes of the Eagle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we want the Brazier of Commanding Fire Elemental so then we can have 2 elementals on the field that can cause problems?
No.
It says as if you've cast it, so I think it would still require
Hey, it's
concentration.
Commanding fire
Oh,
elementals.
no.
You might get. What? He's not a fire elemental.
Flint's mom?
You might get Flint's mum.
Flint's
Or
mum, yeah.
parent.
Yeah, no, I think it would take your concentration, but also
That's unfortunate.
don't the bad guys have the Firestone already? So it probably wouldn't be all that useful.
Yeah. Nothing's going to be useful against them, though, is the thing. So really, just like everything is just buying extra time.
Okay.
What you
So
mean?
in terms of funds, we have 8,300 essentially.
Oh.
8,332. So we can afford to get both of those things, and then have, 3,000 left to get diamonds. It's up to you guys what you want to do.
There's nothing in there that Tav would be particularly worried about. The Eyes of the Eagle are nice because he's pretty good at perception kind of things anyway. But nothing he would.
I'm unbothered.
So,
I'm okay.
Is that you're not bothered about getting the Ironstone and things like that, or?
I'm okay with you getting it.
Okay. So, Eyes of the Eagle and Ironstone of Perception. So together, that's 4,900. I don't speak Grung, so I'm probably not going to be able to.
They all
bargain.
have those translation things.
Oh, they all have them. Oh, okay. In that case, I will go up to the gentleman.
So
Gentle
just to
Grung.
clarify, in this shop,
A woman?
the items that you're looking at, well, you think it's a possibly a woman. The items you're looking at are more like little cards. You know how in shops when you're buying games, it's just an empty disc case and you have to take it up and that kind of thing. So you get little cards saying what it is that you're gonna have to take up to the desk.
Okay, I will pick them up.
Filing at some nails. You walk over, it's like,
They have nails. That's terrifying.
well,
They're
like I said,
frogs.
fake nails on the ends of the fingers, which looks strange, but it's just style. It's just like, you're
I'll
alright.
say, hello. I would like to purchase these, please. Is there any chance of a discount for purchasing them together, as they are both expensive?
Nah.
That's fair enough. You have to maintain a profit to run a successful business. I quite understand.
She puts out her hand for you to give her the cards.
I will give them
takes them off you and just hops down from the store into the back. A couple seconds later, comes back with two little cases, little wooden boxes, puts them down, dunk, on the desk in front of you. It's like, check, see if you're happy with them.
I will check. I will check them.
You open them up. One's got the goggles inside of it, nicely sort of placed in this box, and the other one is the stone.
I will cast Detect Magic just to make sure that they are in fact magical and the things that we want.
Seems so. Yeah.
Cool. I will ask. Do you do trade-ins of any kind?
Depends what you're trading.
I could give you. Bear with me. Let me have a look. How much use would you have for the remains of a lich's phylactery?
I'll have to
Quite a rare.
contact
a rare
my
thing?
manager.
Oh, are
I
they
don't
here?
think that's nah.
Oh, okay.
I'm used to people being like, here's some braziers, not like phylactery of a.
Yeah, it's super valuable. I also have a couple of scrolls that I would be willing to trade in.
I can value the scrolls if they are.
Yeah, I
authentic.
mean, I'll turn to the others and say, are we going to use these scrolls of Windwalk and Longstrider anytime? I don't think we are.
Be using those.
I actually have a thing that we could possibly trade in, but I don't know if any of you guys would want it.
What is it?
I've been wearing this ring of mind shielding the whole time. It's just been invisible on my hand, but I don't need it anymore.
What is its?
It makes you immune to magic that allows other creatures to read your thoughts, and you can make it invisible on your hand. Oh, and there's this weird side effect thing where if you die while wearing it, your soul can get trapped inside of the ring, but obviously...
Yeah, no, I don't want that.
Perhaps friend Zegeth could use that. We might be able to match his soul.
That could actually be really good for Zegeth.
I mean, this probably just wouldn't work. I feel like the power of a Night's Walker is probably a little stronger than a little dinky ring from the Feyville.
Well, if he puts it on, we kill him. We'll find out. No, it's not.
What?
I'm practicing humor again.
Not funny.
That could work though.
I'll put it on and kill him. I don't think that's a good idea for him.
No, but if at some point, if he dies and it sucks his soul in.
So I just want to. Are you sending things to me, or we got other customers?
Yeah. If you wanna
Hold
get
on.
someone who can value these things.
So what were the scrolls? You had Windwalk and what was the other one?
Windwalk and Longstrider.
Oh, you can actually choose to remain in the ring or depart for the afterlife.
All right. Oh, jeez.
And as long as your soul is in the ring, you can telepathically communicate with any creature wearing it.
Hey.
A wearer cannot prevent this communication.
Oh, God.
So that would be. So if friend Zegeth were to wear the ring and then let his soul go into it, if he were unfortunately killed, then.
And then he can talk to any of us at any time without us.
It could become a really fucked up family heirloom where everybody in the family can forever talk to the great
Elsie would be able to wear the ring and keep him close.
The Grung, when you say that the names of the scrolls, takes out this big book from under the desk, a lot of dust sort of like flies out and starts going through it to find the scrolls that you were talking about, and eventually like, all right, for the both of them, I can give you 3,500 gold.
Excellent. How about so the difference there is 1,400 between that and the items that we want to buy. How about I throw in the remains of this phylactery and we'll just call it an even trade.
She just like goes through another couple pages to try and look up phylactery. You can see she's currently looking in
common.
Common.
It's PHY and then it's a double L. And just
goes to a different point looking through.
Phylactery.
She looks and she's like, you say it's broken?
Yes, it does not currently house the soul of a lich. That is why we had to break it.
It says here 20 gold.
Oh. Well, you could definitely, the resale on it for you would be massive because you can sell it to an aspiring lich, right?
All right.
We happen
So
to know one
so
in
you
Hidden
should
Arena.
buy it for like 1,000, and then you can sell it on for like.
It says
10,000.
20 here.
No, okay. Is that your sale price if you were going to sell some or to buy it in?
That's my buying price.
Oh, okay.
What's
Closes
the
the
deal with
book.
the ring then? Are we keeping the ring or?
I think it's worth giving to Zegeth. Just just in case it works, because then if he's in it, we can then smash it and try and bring him back.
I mean, it's not a bad shout.
It's better
Ask
than
him.
doing
What?
doing nothing.
Worst case, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
Just takes the ring, puts it on a
It's a
finger,
gold
and-
ring with a purple brain on it.
Oh, pretty. Puts it on, it just disappears.
Well, you have to attune to it first, and then you can choose.
Behind the desk, she's like, "So are we doing this or what?
Yes. You said 3,800?
3,520?
3,600?
3,520?
Okay, yes. 6,520.
3,520.
Let me get up my calculator.
Can never just go to the shops. Can we?
Nope.
So
No.
I will hand over 1,280 gold along with the 2 scrolls.
How much did you say you hand over?
1,280? That should be the right. That should be the right amount. 1,280.
4,000.
The total 4,900 minus
Minus.
3,620 is 1,280.
3,520.
I thought you said 6. That was a genuine mistake on my part. Sorry.
3,520.
that was not me trying to pull the wool over your eyes. That was a genuine. I misheard what you said. So 3,520.
Yeah.
So I will remove 1,380 from
Yeah,
the gold.
You hand
I love
over,
this.
she like pours the gold into a little like machine that seems to weigh it all into the right price. She's like, aye, and then she takes those items off you, puts them like under the desk for now, evidently, just closes off the 2 things. She also gets out from under the desk 2 like certificates of authentication and hands them to you alongside the 2 items.
Cool. Cracking. I'll put the goggles on myself and look stupid. And
Yeah, it looks very strange. It presses into your fur, so like the fur kind of comes around this weird bird eye shape.
who wants the ironstone?
Nobody
I thought you
apparently.
wanted it.
Oh, is that the eyes of thingy? I like the eyes of thingy. No, Johnson.
No, I was going to take the eyes thing if that's okay.
Yeah,
And
no worries.
then
The Iron Stone.
the ironstone is the minor counter spell thing.
Yeah.
Literally good for anyone, I think.
You make it great. Like that what you were just saying.
I
But if
already
nobody
have.
else is-
I already have a counter spell. So
I don't have any kind of counter spells. Maybe that'd be useful for me. I don't
Yeah,
have
I
any.
already have counterspell as well.
Yeah. I do not have counter spell, but you don't have many uses for your reaction, do you?
no, I don't have many.
No, I was going to say to Mark.
How do you mean?
Because
Oh, for my
then
reaction.
it would be.
You mean in general my reactions?
Yeah.
My reactions? What can I do as reactions? No, nothing. But the only thing I can do is my reaction, which I've never done yet, is I can throw my echo in front of somebody who's being attacked.
That
So I don't
your
have- yeah.
cancelling of nat 20s. Yeah, I think that would be the best for you. Because also it says if you're targeted by a spell, you have no way to like magically protect yourself.
No, I have no magic at all to speak of. That'd be quite good. Yeah, that'd be quite useful. Go on then. I'll unless anybody else wants it for any particular reason. Just
You'll take it.
Nope.
Cool.
that's very kind. I will do that thing then. Manage inventory. Add
Cool.
item.
Are we
Felix-
able to
Felix
instantly
says,
attune
"I'm
to
on."
them, or do we have to wait?
How do you spell it?
It depends what they say. If they say you have to attune to them, usually it's a long rest. If
Zegeth was able to
undefined.
instantly attune to his ring, so that he could make it invisible.
Zegeth's a Nightwalker, so
Yeah, well, I'm a 16th level warlock bard.
that's
I
nice.
can
Oh,
fuck
we
shit
get
up.
to level up this session.
Yeah.
That is what's coming next. Don't you
Yep.
worry. So, after you've bought this, I'm sure you exit and go back towards the boat.
The boat.
In
Diamonds.
the morning.
We get
back
the
on
diamonds.
diamonds as well. On the way past, you get the diamonds. You go on the thing.
How much?
I feel like we don't need to RP you getting the diamonds.
I just want to ask how much are people willing to let me spend on diamonds? That's it. We have 6,950 left. So the more diamonds I have, the more people I can bring back to life.
5,000.
Agreed.
Cool.
Yeah.
I will work out the split of
Sounds good.
how many of each kind of diamond I'm gonna pick up then.
Sounds good. And yeah, you make your way over back to the ship, ready to set off once again. So, I'm sure not many of you are particularly interested in whether or not you can level up.
No.
No.
Oh, was that the
but
end of
what
the
I'm-
session then?
Unless there was something else you wanted to do.
No, it was just, it was not very finite like it normally is. I just wanted to make sure. It was like-
Well, whenever, I mean, yeah, sorry. And as you make your way back to the
Thank you.
ship, that's where we're going to end.
That's where we get
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's
I
better.
appreciate that.
So, leveling up. You're all level 16 currently, I believe.
I am level.
Mhm.
I don't know. Actually.
You're level
Yeah,
16 to the
16.
exact number, I believe.
Yeah, that is exactly true.
So, I think you should all get.
7 points. No, 17 points. No, 17
I
million.
mean, you've done so much stuff. I'm gonna say.
28,000.
Oh, you want 28? Okay.
No, it was a random number I said, and then I looked at my experience and went, no.
Going to say that with everything that's been going on, see, usually I like to drop a couple levels into it. I like to sort of play into the story, but to be fair, you haven't done much in the past couple of days. So I'd say over the past, like, it's been 2 or 3, 4 days that you've been traveling around after the fights and reflection. I'm going to give you 40,000 XP each,
Thank you.
baby.
That's very kind.
which is a lot of XP, but it does encumber like 2 fights with dragons and then like finding a dragon. And
So it's a level and
there's
a
a lot
half.
of stuff that's been going on, so I don't think it's too unreasonable.
No, that's right. It's a level and a half.
Which
I
should
think-
put you up to level 17 and a half. Yes.
Level 17 and a bit.
Just so you are aware, Alex, sorry, I was just doing maths while that was happening. I will pick up 5 300 gold piece diamonds, 3 500 gold piece diamonds, and 2 1,000 gold piece diamonds. That's 5,000.
That sounds about right.
Faye has taken her last level in Warlock.
Nice.
Ooh.
So you deal with that stuff over the break until next week. You get to be, yay, more things. In fact, level 17 for a lot of you is probably a new thing for your subclasses, which is fun.
Sorry, I totally missed what the while I was doing maths. What is the amount?
40,000.
40,000.
Yes, which should give you 11 and a half. So for now, whilst these guys stop paying attention because they all want to see what level up they can do, I will awkwardly wave. Thank you. It's for fun. Dragons and stuff.
Dragons!
Ba-ba-ba.
Small, even
Friendly
more
dragon.
Bye.
That dragon was a nice dragon.